Well, hello there. Um, I wasn't even going to do this at all today, but uh, but I am. So I don't know how long because I have other things to do. My I was going to put up a video. Oh, now I'm hearing myself. So I was going to put up a video about it, about not having it. Forgot to do that. The thing is, yesterday my mother-in-law is moving to the state of Maine, and they're coming up here for a couple of days. So they got here today, and so yeah. But I decided it's an hour and a half late almost. But I decided I'd go ahead and open up a room. I almost made some videos this week for the first time in forever because the social justice thing. Uh, I joined two hangouts, mostly just listening while I was doing other stuff, and then got drawn into it a little bit. One of them was with Karen Strong, Girl Writes What, and that was somewhat interesting, because I was telling them in the chat why consider myself a feminist, and one thing I brought up was that story about this Afghan police guy that raped a 14-year-old girl, and when the family complained, he spent a day in jail and she was forced to marry him. So as long as things like that are going on in the world, I'm still going to be a feminist. And the woman that she does the show with, Allison, which I don't know her background or what her other channels or anything are, but there's probably something. But she went off on the raping boys in Afghanistan. What was interesting to me, because where I got that story, though I think I might have remembered it from when it first came out, was from the article in the New York Times that was talking about how the United States Army was policy was to look the other way about Afghan warlords having child sex slaves, and boys specifically, to the point where the boys are chained, or the warlords are on base having sex with these boys and whatnot. So yeah, now and then she was all like, "Well, would you care about that?" I said, "Of course I care about that, because it's not just feminism. It's not just feminism. Well, feminism is the tip, one of many tips of a multi-tipped iceberg. Depending on which ocean you're talking about, there's a tip of the iceberg connected to the other ones. And as I've said 1,000 times, my main activism has been in peace activism, and I'm not a pacifist, but I believe, the root of oppression and all of the oppression, all the problems, slavery, all of it goes back to war, and feminists have always been there. If I was protesting Iraq war, they're there. If I'm supporting a candidate, a liberal candidate, if I'm trying to protect People's Park, there were always feminists present. So of course, to me, they too are, like myself, multifaceted. And if I primarily work in certain areas of my interest and they work in theirs and we overlap and end up helping each other out, that's how it's supposed to work. A lot of the complaints against the social justice warrior archetype that's being created is, and yeah, I know it's being created to cast aspersions on a particular kind of person that talks about social justice, but then it's used to malign the idea of social justice. Now, social justice warrior, I will accept that label, but I'm not a warrior. It's stupid. We overuse this metaphor for war on drugs, war on poverty. Who do you aim the tanks at in the war on poverty? What are the tanks? Are you really trying to destroy things when you're trying to eliminate poverty? Isn't it the opposite? Isn't it the construction project against poverty, to construct a framework and where people have the opportunity for wealth? How is that a war? So is social justice? If social justice comes from stopping war. Social justice, fighting for social justice, means not having war. It means fighting against war. And of course I care about men's rights and animals' rights. I care about peace activism. I care about labor rights. You know, you don't have to put it in terms of rights. It's really more about social justice. Nobody has determined that the concept of rights really can stand the test of time as it is. But we certainly don't have a better way to talk about, yeah, you know, you can make a contract to work, but that doesn't mean that your employer can disregard the working conditions and it's just on you. Shouldn't have taken the job. So, and then I'd heard in that thing with Karen Strawn that where she had an interview with Cenk of the Young Turks. And that was interesting. And then that led to some other conservative dude that was interviewing her. And then I watched that conservative dude interview this liberal comic. That was interesting too. I mean, his issues, it's just so funny how people think about this stuff and what is hate speech, and like this guy is a former comedian who's on the, you know, progressives are ruining comedy. Well, you know, how is it? It's not illegal to say these things that people are getting in trouble. You know, it seems to me the marketplace is the one meting out the punishment mostly. And so how is that supposed to be a problem? And, you know, and if you want to say, oh, there's no such thing as hate speech. Okay, well, there's hateful bullshit, angry asshole speech, whatever you would want to call it. And you can't just get up on the stage and say, oh, I'm a comic, therefore it's okay. I mean, yeah, it might be okay. You have the right to say it, but people have the right to boo. People have the right to try to not let you say it, try to tell the owner of the club not to hire you. They have all of those rights in your private property world. And you're complaining that you're being prohibited. So, and then the general thing with Girl Writes What, she likes to prove that, one, women didn't have it so bad back in the day, and they had it better in certain ways, and that the differences are there because of the differences. It's like, well, men owned all the property in the marriage because they were supposed to do all the providing in the marriage. But that doesn't make it okay. It's like, I think she even talked about slavery, and she didn't say this, but it brought to mind, you know, it's like being a slave and maybe living in a nicer house and getting more monetary material wealth than somebody who's free, who lives in a hut, scrabbling for their existence, eating tree bark. That's not a material argument that slaves have it better. And similarly, if you say, well, people wanted to be slaves, or women didn't want to vote, or people liked it being different, or women didn't want the extra responsibilities that would have gone with the extra rights and blah, blah, blah. Women, all women, definitely not all women. Some, it doesn't really matter what they want. It doesn't matter if that slave in the nice house thinks that slavery is a great thing. That's no reason to make the free man into a slave and say, well, objectively, there's a lot of these slaves more than there are of you, and they like it better than what you're doing. That's not an argument. And so, you know, she basically admits that there's these historical archetypes that divide women and take responsibilities away, which could be seen as a relief. And the problem is that that's not somebody else's place to take those privileges away. That's not somebody else's place to decide that the safety of somebody else being responsible for your survival and deciding who you marry is somehow comforting to them. Okay. And if that person is going to try to say that that's why the whole system should be their way and not facilitate the free man that's willing to live in the hut, with the free man that gets his own mansion his own way, his own nice house his own way, there's no argument there from your preference of slavery that I should be a slave. And if you make that argument, then we're actually very quickly out of the realm of philosophical argument and into the realm of political conflict. Right? Like, if you really think it's better for me to live in a slave system, I don't care. It doesn't matter what your argument is. I don't even care. There's no material way. It could be, I want to be able to make my own decisions as freely as possible. And to a certain degree, that freedom requires material support, right? If I want the freedom to be able to decide where to go in the world, well, there has to be planes and boats, and there has to be money, and I have to get some money. And that's all seems like more or less fair play to me. It's increasing my freedom. Yeah, there's requirements, but at least I can do that. I could move to Europe right? On the other hand, if I was a slave and I could somehow move to Europe and transfer my slavehood to a European company, that's different. And it's like, well, one thing I would say, I'm no purist, but my version of purism is this. It's like I would say, if you put a little bit of shit in an apple pie, then what you have is a shit pie. It's not an apple pie anymore. It's the littlest bit of shit. You could even not even be able to detect it if you just tell people with authority and reality, hey, we put a little bit of shit in the pie. You won't be able to tell, but we thought we should tell you. That becomes a shit pie. It doesn't take much shit to turn into a shit pie. So, and it might not even be related to the effects, the material effects of the flavor. It's just the fact I don't want a shit pie. I'm sorry, I'm not going to eat this apple pie. And you go, hey, but look at the taste. Most people prefer the apple pie to not having any pie with a little shit in it. And I'm like, well, I'm one of the people that would prefer just not to have a pie, and I'll keep eating the bark off of the tree because I don't want a shit pie, and that's just the way that it goes. I'm not a purist, but I have a low tolerance for shit in my pie. What can I say? Maybe I'm unique. One thing I like about Karen is that, because one of my hobbies is trying to seek out the most reasonable people, even in an unreasonable domain, like minarchy or something. But also, men's rights activism as a term and a concept, I support it. I want to get in on it. Yes, men's rights, great. Men commit suicide too much, succeed at it too much, and they're doing bad in school as a statistical group, and they have more workplace deaths, and war is especially burdensome on men. So there's many subjects I already have been active on that this is an angle, men's right is an angle, and I'm totally into it. Is that why it's being presented? That's why it's being invented as a feeling that there's a hole in activism? Sadly, no. It's more of a reaction to what they say social justice warriors, the feminists of all of the areas, whether it's peace, environment, whatever. It's a reaction to that. It's reactionism, I think, mostly. On the other hand, if one of the results is going to be that we're going to fill this hole in activism, that's good. Men are humans. And as far as I'm concerned, feminism teaches that the patriarchal kind of system, the strict father metaphor of politics, it's not good for men either, right? It's not good for men either. It's why men are pressured into being certain kinds of alpha assholes. Why assholeness is rewarded in this patriarchy, and most men don't want to be that way, and so instead of getting rewarded in the system, they get stepped on and sort of wasted and used. That's my theory. Okay, so what I liked about Karen then is that she says that she's primarily anti-feminist. She is interested in men's rights. She's also very adamant that women actually right now have more rights, or somehow in some social way. I don't know how you would add that up because it's really different, and I certainly don't think you could say more, but there are these issues. But she was saying that that's, she admits that's secondary. She's not presenting herself as men's rights. She is anti-feminism, and I appreciate that in the sense that most of the men's rights movement seems anti-feminist, and there are real issues to fight for, the ones I just said: suicide, schooling, workplace death, disproportionate cost of war on men. Those are real issues, and none of those, in my view, require fighting the feminists. In fact, I think the feminists have helped because, as I said, okay, war, feminists show up to try to prevent wars. In my experience, every time they tend to be less ready to go to war. Again, not necessarily pacifist, not totally against using the military, but against wars, and if a war is optional, then definitely it shouldn't happen, that kind of thing. Feminists show up for that. In my experience, all the time, they're there for sure. They will be there. Probably League of Women Voters will provide the hall or something. I mean, it's a real thing. So feminists, I think, have helped with that. Labor rights. Feminism has not always cooperated. They not always seen eye to eye with labor. Labor is a funny part of liberal activism in that It's a lot of working class guys, and sometimes they can be very, very socialist in their belief in the union, and still, you know, not be whatever modern, or not be feminist, right? They can be anti-immigration because the link between jobs and immigration and stuff. And yet I would say that in terms of things like workplace safety, feminists are very reliable, again, allies in labor actions, not necessarily on particular things where you get like things like labor being for the Alaska pipeline or the Trans-Pacific pipeline, and everybody else in the liberal spectrum seeming to be against it, that kind of thing. But when it comes to the issue, the men's rights part of the issue of workplace safety, then I think, again, feminists always show up. In terms of education, no, I think feminists have worried more about STEM for girls and things like this where girls were not represented. But I fully expect them to be acknowledging the success of that movement, and then the current problem, which is some sort of a divergence. Now, I think the divergence is that we teach kids in this weird factory old way invented by priests, God bless them, the Jesuits and whatnot. It was, you know, for its time, it was great. And then it moved into a training kids for factories kind of situation, getting an influence from the government separate from the teachers, certain kinds of things, again, which might have grains of, you know, necessity going into the modern world, but also a kind of a co-opting. We need to restructure how we do education. We don't teach kids the way kids want to learn. Kids are little learning machines, and there's actually easy ways that we could be teaching these kids, and that the kids would enjoy going to school, hanging out with other cool kids, and doing things they happen to learn while they do. Because kids are little learning machines. If you just understand more what they want from the learning process, which they can't necessarily enunciate, then you could do much better. And I think you would find gender divergences, but on an individual level, people with the potential to do well in math would figure out the way to learn math that helped them, and so on and so forth. And I don't think feminists have been particularly active in that, except for, to get to this point, we had to have gender equality in education, and try, for example, to figure out why girls hadn't been doing as well in math and science. And that gets us to the point where we have to ask this next question. And then, so that was workplace death, schooling. I feel like I missed one of them. Did I go through the 4? I forget. So those are legitimate things to talk about. I think the other legitimate thing to talk about is that if you're worried about these vlogger feminists, because, you know, activism is prone to well, there's 2 phenomena that can overlap and amplify. One, activism is prone to attracting people that want to use a victim thing, or like that white woman that was pretending to be black and then pretending to be a victim. It's prone to that. You can see just with your common sense why and how it's prone to that. And that's just a part of it. Okay, it's prone to corruption. So is everything. So is a church. Any place that does good deeds is prone to the kind of guy that knows how to do the scam where he says he's doing good deeds and he's really just skimming money off the top, or whatever. Or even he's doing the good deeds, but he's also acting out his narcissism, or she, gender neutral charge of corruption in these kinds of cases. So that happens. You have to watch out and identify individuals. Again, it's separate from, I don't judge men's rights entirely or really at all based on the personalities currently claiming to do that. I judge them as one thing, and I judge the concepts of this area of activism as another thing. Right? Where was I with that? Lost my train of thought. But So I think I was going on to, so that if you think it's a first world problem, some of these bloggers that seem more like wanting to get in on, I'm part of the victim too. Um, yeah, you could discuss international issues where there still is a need for feminism. But instead, people in the chat, they're talking about, oh, if all feminists are jerks and they have no reason to, and women have it fine. And I'm like, well, what about feminists in Saudi Arabia? And some of the people in the chat are like, oh, you need to learn more about the world, as if there's no feminists in Saudi Arabia. Or they say, well, why don't the feminists go work on that then? And I'm like, they are. There are. None of the ones you talk about, you don't want to talk about that. You want to promote Arnita Sarkeesian, who's just making a TV show on the internet, basically, which is not a bad thing, but you want to trash her, but you don't want to deal with, just Google Saudi Arabian feminism and you'll find Western and Saudi feminists working hard in a very, 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 edgy situation. Well, show me that. You got Google. On the other hand, Karen said that, in the old days, a man that didn't sexually active with his wife could get divorced on that grounds. Like, what? I don't know of an example of that. So I asked them then. They're like, well, just go do your own research. And I'm like, dude, I got Google right over here on the other monitor. I'm not seeing anything. Never heard of that. And people were coming up, Hammurabi Code. It was like, well, yeah, my Google search found that. I thought you were talking about like in the history of the United Motherfucking States. Then somebody came up with one of the Borgia women that supposedly divorced him. It's like, well, that's a royal family, and you're only up to the 1490s or whatever. So, it is funny in this age how much it's like, why hadn't you used Google yet on this subject? So, oh, I saw an interesting thing. I happen to be left-handed, and I saw an interesting thing where a woman in, I think, Oklahoma or something, she, pre-K, this girl was being told and sent home with an article about how using the left hand is associated with the devil. The word sinister means left, sinistra in Latin, gauche means left in French, and even Sanskrit, all these negative words, the etymology of the word left. And so I'm aware of that. I'm from an era where they had just stopped trying to make left-handed kids write with their right hand. In Catholic schools, people just my age, I'm 47 now, still would, some of them experience, getting slapped with the ruler for writing with the devil's hand and whatnot. So it's just kind of funny that that's still a thing. That's like, is there no limit to how stupid, which gives me this issue too of, what if Trump won or Ben Carson won or something? Let me see if this link works. I guess so. Somebody showed up. If they won, they're kind of idiots. It's like Trump says, hey, how's it going? Speak up if you want. So anyway, Trump or Ben Carson or someone, well, let's just stick with Trump for a second. If he became president, it's like, well, he says these inflammatory things, but he knows they're inflammatory. His Art of the Deal book talks about it. It's kind of an exaggeration and stuff. But what we forget is that there's kind of this idiot savant thing going on sometimes with conservative populists that know how to play to the people and say the fantasies that people want to be exaggerated at that moment. And we forget, people thought Hitler was a fool too. He was an idiot, but that had a way with something or charisma or something, or play some music when he's taught, whatever it was, which is similar to with Trump. It's like, well, he's not very compelling of a person in many ways, but he had that show, people want to watch it, and you can't understand him in like 15 seconds. You get the gist of him, and somehow this appeals on some level, and there's some genius involved in the self-promotion and how to do it, how to present yourself and pull that off while you're saying things that maybe other people are afraid to say. So somehow, that recipe, and yet it looks like an idiot. You look like an idiot saying a lot of things you say. People are like, oh, I don't know why other people are listening to him. So the danger is that in the idiot stage, it looks like, well, that's a joke. Oh, he might be president, but he doesn't really believe this. Yeah, but those are the guys that are totally nuts, that do totally crazy things, or have an idea that they know everybody won't like, so they do it in secret, and it turns out to involve killing or torturing or funneling money to their cousin. So I think that we're in a pretty dangerous situation at this point. Um, if we get someone like that, uh, or someone like Ben Carson, so he's a brain surgeon. He's obviously not a total idiot in some sense, but then he's kind of slow and dim-witted on a lot of other things, and he's easily prone to like hypocrisy of it's wrong to do to sell fetal tissue to research, but as a researcher, he's used that tissue, and people that can make little backflips and justify their hypocrisy. Those are the kind of people that come up with concentration camp ideas and all kinds of other crazy things that turn out to be the biggest crimes of history, after they happen. And they are predated, if you look at history, with a bunch of more intelligent people somewhat up from the mainstream thinking that this could never take over. And then the next thing you know, Hitler's in power, and the political powers that be are making a compromise, putting him in power, thinking that they can play him for a fool. And then, Reichstag fires later, they're the ones get played for a fool. So there's that. And I also went into a Nadia hangout, and I ended up Nadia she was walking around with her laptop or something, or phone or something, didn't take that much part, but talking to a couple guys. One guy's a Muslim, and then a couple of Christian types that don't believe Catholics are Christians. That was interesting, discussing with them their reasons for that. And, just their denial of that even being the original Church of Christ or anything. So could be considered ahistorical, but as general, I sought the most sympathetic version of their arguments that I could. I see some of it, and I understand why people, for example, he was like, I don't want to be called Protestant, because, be called Protestant is to say that you're protesting Catholicism. But you could say, well, look, there was 200 years of grassroots Christianity before this church really formed properly. Certainly 300 or 400 before, at least, no, longer than that, before it became, established with the government institution. And that was all a corruption of it. And I'm part of the grassroots tradition, so I don't have to be considering myself a kind of Christian that protests the church. I am just a different kind of Christian going, and I seek my genealogy back to the grassroots. On the other hand, you can't really use the King James Bible and do that, because the genealogy of that definitely comes through the same 27 books that were chosen by the Catholic bishops. And in reality, there's a lot more books in the Bible that could have been put in the Bible that were not, because basically Christianity was this grassroots things. There were all kinds of gospels all over, the Dead Sea Scrolls, all kinds of them. And the decision of which ones go in the Bible was an eminently human decision at particular times in history by particular people, just like the decisions of which translations to use, which version of the Ten Commandments. There were more than one version of each book of the Bible because they had been through grassroots and copied among people. Basically Christianity starts from tracts and a hobby of trading this knowledge around. And if you want to link your Christianity to that in some sense, fine, except you can't totally ignore that, the head of your church was, at one point a Catholic or whatever, or that the Bible, as you know, it was chosen through the process of the Catholic Church and so on. But anyway, so, I don't know, when did I start this? How long have I been going? Let's see, I guess this would tell me. The process of the Catholic Church and so on, from tracts. Oh, okay, so it's about a half an hour. So I don't know. Pope Benedict says, yeah, I heard that. What do you mean? Oh, you heard one of those interviews or something? Which of the things? I talked about like 3 videos. Okay. Broadcast for free. Yeah, that's me. Here we go. Illusions exist. Yes, I don't need to join my own thing. Great heathen. Oh, I've been watching all the Kent Hovind. I just love those Hovins. I was talking about the fact that what I like about the Hovins is two things. Okay, the son, Eric Hovind, he does this apologetics. You got to love apologetics, like Pascal and stuff. This was the last holdout in before philosophers realized, okay, God's bullshit. The last gasp of holding on to it was this issue of we don't know how to start a logical argument because according to logic, going back to Aristotle, you have your principles and they lead to conclusions. Oh, that's nice, but what about up here before the principles? You got to prove those principles, turn those principles into conclusions. Okay, now so it's an infinite regress. How do you get the axioms? Now, there's been a lot of attempts, and none of the secular attempts really have succeeded so far in the mainstream. I do believe we have now a successful way of founding logic through the theory of the embodied mind, that these axioms start from things the body has learned through evolution. Our feeling of what's concrete and not, all of this, it's based on our senses and our body specifically, which doesn't make it unrelated to reality because our body is connected. Our body. Interesting. Okay, Moore's law. Morse, you said. So, okay. But I think the embodied mind will answer that. But the last gasp of Christianity was like, well, God is the thing that gives you those axioms. Why is it obvious, cause and effect? Well, God made it obvious. It's one of God's ideas and so on. So it's an interesting thing. And then in the case of Kent, it's not so defensible. And the further successful he gets, like having these, theme parks that lie about geological history and stuff, it could be a problem. Okay, just like I said about, if Ben Carson becomes president and Kent Hovind is, the Secretary of the Interior, we have a bit of a big problem, right? But that's not what's going on. And in a lot of ways, I like Kent. I think he's honest, at least. He's not like thoroughly intellectually honest, but I don't think he's telling us things he doesn't believe. He's lied to himself. If he's lying to us first, he's lied to himself. He believes it. I really think that. And and what I enjoy about that is just the science fiction thing. Like I like if you watch a show like Lost or read some Ray Bradbury or something and the physics is like funny. How could you make that real? I love making it real, realizing it, realisticating it. It's a science fiction thing. You can reverse engineer from a certain thing. Like, for example, last few years, I've been writing the story about Atlant, it's the history of Atlantis. I reverse engineer everything like that Plato said that this is the only source of anything about Atlantis and other things, you reverse engineer and try to make your fiction fit the shape of known facts. And in a way, science does that in the sense that, well, it's not a fiction, but it's a theory. And I'm trying to drop this theory up here that makes everything level and makes sense and drop it down to all the facts that are like mountains and have features. And it's supposed to make sense through this process, right? And you have this abstraction and you fit it to the data, right? And Kent is actually really good at that. It's just that his data is the Bible, right? Everything else, all the other data, it could be reinterpreted. It's automatically secondary. And he will tell you that. It's like I'm working from. And so he's reverse engineered, much like a science fiction author, with a certain primitive knowledge of science, of elementary, of 7th grade science. And it's pretty interesting as a science fiction thing. He thinks there was a shell of ice around the earth and stuff. And now he's talking about whether rapture happens before or after the end times and stuff. I consider it like bib-fi or something. So I've been watching Kent a lot. So, okay. So Alex, talk about Moore's law. Is that what you meant? Moore's law, right? Not Morse code law. The law of the Morse code. You mean Moore's law when it ends? It's in a certain, well, it's already started to slow in the sense that the multi-cores and things have been necessary. On the other hand, what's going on right now is Intel and some other chip manufacturers have invented 3D chips, basically. And so by putting a memory chip stacked, you get much shorter connections, and this can make it very fast. So they have these kinds of things can possibly help sustain Moore's law. The thing is, though, we have like if we didn't get computers that were any faster, right, starting right now, we have centuries. Yeah, they will get bigger if you want faster. But the thing is, there's another movement going on where we're learning, and with the cloud and everything and the network, to distribute jobs better. So I was going to say there's hundreds of years of figuring out how to use the computers we have right now better, meaning more efficiently, so that the software could help it get faster. As I was a programmer back in the 80s and late 80s and early 90s, people did some crazy things, overlapping words so that you just jam things into the memory, and we had all these optimization techniques. And then because hard drives were getting faster, it's like, I'm going to write this program, it's going to take me 2 years, I don't need to optimize it, because in 2 years the machines will be bigger and be able to handle it unoptimized. So I imagine one of the first things that will happen is, as that slows, all the tricks that we know well about complexity theory and how to optimize code, we'll have to start using those. And there's huge gains. You could see, if people that use Linux and Windows, you could see in Windows the disadvantage of not having done these optimizations, whereas Linux is one of the reasons it goes slower is because it's a bunch of geeks. It tends to get optimized, especially at the lower level, as it goes along. Right, so you're going to see a lot of benefits just from that. And then you're going to see a whole new area of, and this is something I kind of specialized in my whole career, so I'm lucky because I was a big modem kid and I've always been into communication, computer communication. And this is just the fact that if you want to write one program to do a job, it's actually a totally different set of logic than if you say, well, I'm going to break the job of that one program, and I'm going to break it up into 20 different programs spread all out over the net. Maybe it's on the same machine, but whatever, it's going to connect with a network connection. You have to think a totally different way. And again, that also increases optimization, so that, for example, if you had an old school centralized system, you couldn't have a Google. Google has had to jump into the distributed world. And so a lot of the big services, they're already in this distributed world where the optimization comes through a different kind of design, where if you want twice as fast, you just get twice as many machines, not one bigger machine. That doesn't help. That wouldn't be good. It'd have to be 4 times as big. You know what I mean? If you want, but you could distribute the jobs. There's, of course, certain kinds of processes and jobs that can't be done that way, the same way. That's not everything can be done equally well both ways, right? Oh, that would be an interesting thing. I don't know what this guy would be talking about with Alex says, Arini did a video on degenerate technology, said years ago computers were more efficient at their lower speeds. Well, definitely. We saved money. We use smaller byte sizes. Like I say, okay, for an example, in ProDOS, which was an old version for the Apple II of an operating system, and I was a hacker, so I just go through memory looking at stuff. And it was really funny because its commands, like the commands you type at a command line, they were overlapped. Like if there was one was load and the other one was, add user, then the one started at the add, they shared the A and the D. And instead of being null terminated, which wastes a byte, there was a table that said where they started and what their length was. And, so we did all kinds of things like that. Or in the old days, there were some hackers that we'd be proud of. They never used loops because it's more efficient to, in a lot of cases, speed-wise, this isn't a memory efficiency, to unroll that loop. Instead of, say, 4i 1 through 6, you go, you just put the code for case 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And it's not very well organized code. It's hard to follow. So, that became taboo. But the kinds of efficiencies that you get from doing things like that, they're going to come back in. They're going to come back in. But then again, I don't see that happening. I mean, Intel thinks they can keep, right now with what they know, Moore's Law going another 10 years. And with some tricks that maybe violate Moore's Law, like the multi-core kind of thing. But in the end result, keeping Moore's Law going another 10 years, which is an amazing amount of speed more. And they're pretty confident and hopeful, rather, that they can also, in that 10 years, find out how to do it for another 10. So we'll see. but even another 10 years of Moore's law, we're going to start getting computers where it's just it's mind-boggling to think. Go back when I had my first computer, an Apple II, that I bought from a summer job, money from a summer job, in what, 84 or something. I mean, I used to work on a Cray, and it blew my mind, and now I have, like, I don't know, 20 times the processing power of a Cray right here on this machine. Of course, I'm wasting most of it to render video. So, cool. You know what I did too? One thing I'm doing with my business is I'm training people how to do cloud IT, because I think this is a different kind of IT than we've traditionally have, and I need help people doing that. So I built the machine, and I sent it to this first guy that I'm doing this training with, and I made the jump. And I think from now on, I'm only going to do this. And I bought oh wait, what is it called? SDD, right? What's the solid state? No, SSD. Yeah, I got an SSD drive, and oh my God! So the machine boots in like 9 seconds, and it's still like, I don't know, 4 times or more expensive. But who cares? I don't usually use that. I don't need a terabyte drive. So instead of getting a terabyte drive, I could get a 30 or 60 gig SSD, and it's so fast and can't be fragmented, or rather, it doesn't matter if it's fragmented. Yeah. And the Intel chips, this machine I'm on right now has an AMD chips. The first AMD machine I bought in a while, and or used at work, bought for work, or bought for any reason, and I hate it because I'm running Linux. I had to get an NVIDIA card to get high-speed 3D, because there's no drivers. So I have the hardware on this, but they can't bother to write the software to make a driver for me. So screw that. I'm back to Intel. That other machine I built, what did I put in it? Probably put an i5. I might have put an i3. The other thing too that's interesting is that because of the hyper-threading, when you run these with an Intel i3, when you like bring up G-Krell-M or a monitor or no monitor, it says it has 4 CPUs, because the hyper-threading to the machine looks like CPUs. Now, they don't operate as fast as 4 actual separate cores, but they do work like 4 separate cores. And so that's another thing. I mean, that, the Intel chips being a little bit more expensive, I don't think they're more expensive at all. I think for the performance, it's not more expensive at all. I don't know what AMD is going to do. I almost think AMD is going to fade away, and that if anybody's going to compete with Intel, it's got to be this ARM group. Ooh, 512 gigabyte SSD, that still costs you. Yeah. Yeah, that still costs you, but I think it's a worthwhile investment, and that's all the hard drives are gonna. Oh, really? That's not too bad. Jesus Christ, prices are dropping so fast. That's pretty good. So what is that? $300 or $250? See, I thought it would be more, because I think I paid $100 for a 32 gigabyte one, and that was at the beginning of summer. 512 gigabyte. That's pretty good. Who needs more than that? I think that's totally reasonable. That's awesome. So I'm worried about Intel's monopoly. I was, and back when AMD and they started to get some competition, I thought, well, that's good. And I bought AMD, and for a while, the AMDs were faster, and there was quality issues that Intel has always kept their quality up, and AMD might have not, they might have had a bad chip, but it was kind of like, okay, well, send it back, get another one. And I never actually ran into that. They would run hotter and things like this at some certain points. But the thing is, Intel is a pretty good company. They have kept true. They're all into, when they make something, they sell it to everybody. They're not, they want to be in every computer, but they don't like necessarily, it's not their computer. It's not like Windows, when they sell you Windows and they want to sell it as a Windows computer, like people don't know it belongs to the person that manufactured it or anything. And Intel doesn't do that. It's just the Intel inside. And so I think Intel has, between that and their resources, and the fact that they have a very good engineering in the fab world, in the fabrication world, and they're even expanding out to help other people you know, help work other people fabricate non-Intel chips, that they're really a service to the entire industry. And I still don't like that there would be a monopoly in that kind of thing, but AMD certainly just doesn't seem to be the one to stand up to them. And now who Intel is worried about is the ARM holdings, who have licensed their low power cheap chip technology to all these phones and everything, have been the platform for that. And we know that laptops are dying, and iPads and Android pads and stuff are taking over. Oh, well, I mean, the first CPU caches would just be a K or something. And the basic thing is, if you have too big of a cache, you have to go through that memory. Now, memory is getting faster, but the CPU wants it to be super, super, super fast. So you're better off with really super fast memory and a small cache for the CPU, because all you really need to get in there, you're not talking about a lot of data. You're talking about wanting to get in the cache. Like if there's a loop, you'd want all the instructions that are in the loop to be in there, so you don't have to swap out and load it in. So there's a limit really to how much you need in that cache, because if you're operating on a 2 terabyte data, it's not going to do you any good to put that in the cache, you know, unless you have really fast memory in the cache, which would be, okay, at some point, the reason it's faster is because that cache chip is right next to the CPU. So, yeah, I'm not the right one to answer that question about why the CPU cache is still only in the megabytes, because to me that seems, you know, crazy. In the first CPU cache, we're just talking about give us a K, because we just need a few, you know, we just need some instructions for this one loop to fit in there. I'm having 10 megabytes of cache. It's like, okay, well, there might be data you might even be putting in there and stuff. So anyway, I'm not the right person. I'm not really low enough level to know what the thresholds are for that, because it has a lot to do on current programs and when they get compiled, you know, how big are the functions and things like that. So yeah. So I think, so I'm coming on an hour. So yeah, those are the things I was going to make videos about. I do like talking about the technical stuff. So Alex, why are you building this machine? Just a new machine, or you programmer, or going to do something big with it? Or these days people buy machines like that because they're gamers. Yeah. So when I did have to buy an NVIDIA card, and one reason is because, you know, I want to do 3D on here, OpenGL and stuff. There's some open source games I'd like to run. So I just bought the cheapest NVIDIA card, and because they had the driver, you know, by my low standards, it's like, woohoo! And now I get, you know, 300 frames a second for something that with the AMD and default driver, I was getting a 3D game. I was getting like 30 frames a second. And that was just a $50 or whatever, pretty much the cheapest. I think it was the cheapest NVIDIA board out there. So yeah, haven't done the computers for a long time. I've kept some of my standards low. When I first started programming in color on the Apple IIe, you know, you couldn't have certain color dots next to each other or it would get all glitchy. So it's like, I was surprised when we, you know, had actual pictures on a computer. I'm like, I thought they weren't supposed to be able to figure that out. So I've kept my standards low. Hello, Grime. Well, here's the thing. We're getting up to an hour, which is my monologue limit. for my videos. Most of my videos, I got in a habit of keeping them to 10 or 15 minutes. So doing an hour monologue is, yeah, I have seen water cooling, which is both crazy and awesome. Crazy awesome, I think is okay. Okay, well, I'm going to do my little 1 hour break a little bit early here then. I'll be back in 5 minutes. And if everybody's still here, then we still have a room and maybe we can get our second win and and find something to talk about because, I could talk more, I guess, but I would just go over those are the things I kind of think about the week with the social justice. And of course, computing's always monitors need a heat sink. What kind of monitor you have? This is something I don't know about. Why would it? What do you mean? Where? Built in? Well, I'm just using. What kind of monitor are you talking about? Monitors heat up still? Do you have a? Is it like a steam monitor with a steam powered cathode ray tube or so? So you have a high frequency monitor or something? I haven't heard that. That I haven't heard of. And as far as the water cooling, it's just so you can overclock things, right? Basically, you run a CPU at a higher rate than it can actually handle, and you compensate by water cooling it. I think you still kill the chip, would be my guess. That's the other thing Intel's doing is they're very into the gamers, and so now they've been playing with the overclocking their machines, and they're going towards the overclock all you want, but then you have to get coolers and stuff. Hey, who's here? What's the TV you're gonna bring? How would you have a TV? Your broken one? Did you bounce it in your yard? Did you bounce it or just shoot? No, I just
I can hear them nagging from here.
All right, so what's up?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, Craig.
How you doing? I thought you were Grime. Sounded familiar. Well, I was curious how you were, but I said I thought you were. I thought Grime, I'd seen you use that name before, so when you showed up, I wasn't sure. Some Scottish thing, I guess. Is it Grime or Grime? Or Grime or something?
That's some crazy amount of feedback.
Hey, good. Hey, you guys, you have to turn that down. You mean film for mine? They're playing a film downstairs. I told them, turn that down. Because they're kids, I could do that. Luckily, it's not adults. So how you been doing? Oh, you said good. Well, that's good.
Some crazy amount of feedback. How you doing? It's Graham.
Graham. Graham. Kind of like Graham.
I'm doing good, man. How you doing, Craig?
I'm doing pretty good. I've been working a lot. I took a break the last couple weeks in the sense that my second job, I've been renegotiating the contract, so it's kind of like feeling like a break. And I did some summer stuff, even though it's fall started. We did some things. Like I golfed for the first time in my life ever. And that's kind of fun. I enjoyed that. Cheap golf course around here. But I have work till December, so that's good.
It's good, man. I just realised I had you open on Hangouts and on YouTube. I was getting some crazy echo.
Oh, that's why you were talking about that. Yeah, that explains the feedback. I've had that happen, but now I get used to it because I start the YouTube one, and then about a minute later, I'll start hearing myself. And now I'm used to it. But
for a second, man. So, I really am enjoying this whole Donald Trump thing that's going on in your country. I think he's going to be one of the greatest American presidents in living history because all the rest of them have been obviously schmucks, and this guy is just purely amazing TV fodder, and he's going to be highly entertaining, like The X Factor and The Apprentice and all that kind of thing. And I really think there's this kind of liberal undertone in him. But in the same sense, he's appealing to this populist mentality. But really, if he were to be president of the United States of America, I think he'd be a better president than Hillary, which seems like the obvious, winner of this presidential election. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think so, because the thing is this, is like he is definitely, there's a liberalism, and he's accentuating certain things like building a wall that panders to the fantasies of the electorate he's entertaining right now. And so there's this reality that when you hear him talk, I mean, he's talked about raising taxes for import reasons. If you take your factory out of the U.S., 35% tax on import. Yay! Yay, taxes! And, you know, when you hear him talk about national health care, you'd think he does want a UK or Canadian single-payer system, and then he denies it and stuff. So what's his real views? Well, I think the problem is this. Look, when you have these idiots with this skill for right-wing populism, that is where your fascism comes from. Those are the guys that then their weird pet little idea about building a wall with lasers, or maybe we should helicopter massacre these villages. That's where that comes from. It's these idiots in power. It's like I was saying, I like Kent Hovind. On the other hand, if some religious conservative comes in power, not Trump, luckily would not be that guy. I mean, there's guys that would definitely be worse than Trump over there. Then you get someone like Kent Hovind is going to be, your Secretary of Science or whatever, and crazy shit can happen that in history you look back and it's like, that wasn't just an idiot being an idiot, that was fucking Nazis coming through. So I think it would be very dangerous when they talk about him not being beholden to anybody but himself and his own family and his own nepotism, and he's known for choosing bad managers, and he just likes kiss-ups, and that's how you build a fascist kind of system as far as I'm concerned. So I think it would be very, very dangerous, like of the actually this time I am leaving the country if he wins kind of thing. Hillary should be able to beat him head-to-head, but she's now fallen behind. They just had a poll, which, grain of salt, right, but where she would lose head-to-head against Carly Fiorina, Jeb Bush, or even Ben Carson. But she still beats Trump, because Trump has some negatives that he'll have to deal with in the general election.
You mentioned Bernie.
I hope we could actually get Bernie, and I've decided to think that that is possible, and that I'm 47 years old, and I don't need to be here in 2015 saying the same thing is impossible that turned out to be impossible in 1978 or whatever. It's the fucking 21st century. People do agree. He's not even very socialist by my liberal standards. I'm glad he's willing to say that he is, but he's by certainly no means like a socialist activist that's against all war and all of this. He's definitely more mainstream than that, which also means no messiah, but good, let's have a practical thing. And if Trump gets elected, I hope Bernie runs against him, and I hope it's the quirky way Bernie could be president.
Yeah.
So I don't see another way. Like quirky, like Bernie versus Fiorina, or who I hate. I loathe Fiorina, have for decades, because she ruined HP in just a terrible way, and which was a great, great company. Not just, it was a good company. Like, it treated its employees well. She fucked that up. And but Jeb Bush or Carly versus Bernie, I don't know. That would be hard. Trump, I think, yeah, because Trump is such a he's so bombastic and out there. He's so cartoonish that I think then Bernie, it would be harder to cartoon Bernie as just the gray-haired old Vermont extremist. And then also, even though he's known as the socialist, Vermont's kind of like, it's like a really liberal place where we love our guns. It's a quirky American liberalism that is not, it's conservative as well. It's got a lot of the country boy conservative things, like, being able to set off fireworks or something. But I would like to see Bernie, and I think it's realistic, and I would hate to see Hillary. But she's kind of a status quo. I think with Hillary, we're just going to get more of the same, which unfortunately is pretty extreme. I mean, it means more torture, prisons, more bombing people.
This is why I think Trump would be a good alternative to Hillary, because at least it would be this crazed fucking right-wing, honest person, rather than Hillary, who is obviously just a complete shell,
Yeah, no, there's truth to that, in the sense that I think the presidency itself would probably have tremendous amount of crises, but they might be crises that lead us out of choosing, whereas, with the Obama and Clintons, though I think Obama has done some things to redeem himself a little bit lately, But there is a little bit of the slow boil of us just slowly losing our rights, and they will sell it to us better. Whereas someone like Trump, it's like you either buy it or you don't buy it. He's not really that great of a salesman about tricking people into things that they don't believe. He's more pandering to things they already believe, and by that means maybe you see the collapse of those things that don't work, right? I mean, like, for example, if you spent $1 trillion building a wall, it would be such a joke and a failure. And probably the last time that'd get proposed. But I think it'd be really painful, because I do think that, Hillary probably would not destroy the international economy. Trump easily could. Hillary would try to avoid bringing the United States into bankruptcy. She might still do it anyway because of spending or this or that or the other. But Trump, I don't even think he would try. I think he's like, no, you got to have a leveraged bankruptcy. That's how you get on the. That's how you push your creditors around.
I think that a man that could manage his hair that well could manage the economy quite well.
You think that's well managed here? Yeah, I disagree there with you. Absolutely.
Sorry, I have this kind of comedic take on American politics. I know it affects the entire world, but I still enjoy watching the entire spectacle, and I kind of do have popcorn, which is an American thing. Well, I'm watching all this Donald Trump stuff going on, and I do enjoy it quite a lot. But as I say, it does affect everybody, so I should take it more seriously.
I support just being entertained by it as a separate thing, but I think, yeah, I mean, I felt that way too, that you could be entertained. How bad can it get? But we're getting to the point where it could get pretty bad. I mean, that Trump is leading is less shocking, surprising, and disconcerting as even though it is all of those things, than this guy Ben Carson, like this idiot savant, moron, neurosurgeon.
It could be worse, But on the other hand, it's just like it's a head of state election, isn't it? They don't have that much power. I mean, Obama is president, but he didn't manage to get much passed during his reign. So it's kind of like this. We have this queen over here who's the head of state, but she can't really do anything, really. The president of the United States of America can do more than the queen does, but, all the same, you still got the Senate, you still got Congress, you still got all these checks and balances. So no matter who gets in, there's still going to be this kind of wiggle room for everybody. There's never going to be any
except for military. Except for the military, the way they've done it, the American president has total free reign with the military and all the secret military and assassination squads. And this is exactly the kind of secret government that it's dangerous to put someone like Trump in charge of. It's dangerous to have any of these bozos in charge of it, but it's especially dangerous, I think, with someone like Trump. So that's the problem, is that it's true, and that legislatively you would come out of an era like that possibly unchanged. But meanwhile, that president could have taken you to any number of wars, could have tried to assassinate leaders that you didn't even know about. And it's this secret government apparatus of the United States, and not just us, all of the governments in the world. It's the secret government apparatus, I think, that's the main enemy, and that's the main danger when you get one of these little bit nutty people in power. On the other hand, I prefer you to make a joke of it than to take it too seriously, because I feel I really should take it seriously. And yet I've seen out there, Italy, various people, various countries throughout the last 100 years, bozos do come into power. They don't usually end up being like, Hitler, quite as bad. So it could probably handle it. It would probably just be a big farce. But it's hard for me to think it wouldn't mean a lot of starvation and craziness and collapse, economic collapse.
Yeah, talking about Italy, we're all like Mussolini just now. Mussolini said that fascism is really corporate power. It's corporatism. It's the collusion of government and corporate and business, basically, to control everybody, and that's the way we are just now. We are literally fascists right now,
Yep.
And we don't even realize it because we've got lots of choice and we've got lots of everything else. We've got all these illusions that keep us from realizing this fact. So we're kind of there already anyway. We're just not at the
Yep.
Hitler stage of goose steps and swastikas and killing Jews and everything else.
Yeah. No, right. And the Nazis were very clear on that, right? I mean, we made the VW bug and formulaic, housing developments and stuff, to keep giving shiny pictures of the future. Look, we're going to have our flying cars. So you wouldn't notice your actual erosion of real human rights. So, yeah, I think we are in that state. Well, I mean, that's the thing too, when people debate about world government. We have a world government. The fact that we don't have an official world government is just because it's not a democratic government. The world government is obviously materially, I don't think there should be any debate. It's these international corporations. And the only argument that it isn't a world government is because you got Chinese ones and American. Well, they're all working together. It looks to me like a world government, and it's not just a government done for the it's not a cooperation with the corporations. It's the corporations, and they're actually getting these trade deals where they can sue countries for having laws that hurt their business. I think that it's pretty obvious that we are in this corporatocracy, and I agree with you and Mussolini that is the essential part of fascism. And if you have a big Asian face, black face, woman, guy, you have your multicultural fascism, it won't look like Nazism. And I'm still pretty much just as much against it, and so that's a scary thing, really.
It is scary. I mean, we have a situation where corporations can move anywhere in the world. They can go anywhere. They can buy rights. They can buy this, that, and next thing. They don't have to pay taxes in various countries, including my own. But we're complaining about refugees coming into the country. We're not complaining about the free market, or free trade, but we're complaining about free movement instead. And this is a really fascistic idea, in which the rich and those that have power can exercise that thing, but we have to discriminate against and consider and dehumanize people who do not have. It's this thing that's going on with the refugees from Syria right now is a classic example of that. And also TTIP, which you were talking about, the fact that corporations have the right to sue governments in some secret court for not being able to do business in that country because of that country's laws. It's ridiculous, and nobody questions those things, but we do question the free movement of people.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty much, I agree with you. I think it's pretty much at the crazy town level. Like you're trying to explain this, and how do you even explain it? It's like either you understand that that's nuts, that a company could challenge the laws of a country because of its profits. Well, the country's law could be wrong, but the people of that country, that's their sovereign right to make up those rules. Even if the country was wrong and the company was right, I can't imagine how the company can have a legal standing. It's not sensible at all. It's entirely giving the power over, and it's obviously only going on because of the 99% of the people, or 95, whatever it is, that have no clue, or it just doesn't rate to them as interesting enough to follow, or to, even if they're against it, to fight it or check when they vote if the person they vote for was for it. I don't think if people were even just passingly aware of what was going on in that realm, that they'd be so lackadaisical about it. It's entirely the ignorance zone, the reality, ignorance distortion field that the media and by our own complicity as citizens, we go ahead and put up with not knowing what the fuck's going on. Because, I mean, otherwise, it doesn't make sense. And who in what country is going to say, yeah, I think a company, should be able to sue me for not wanting to frack in my neighborhood? Who's going to say that? And yet that's what's going through in the. So that definitely has to reach ahead, but I don't know when. People are just I don't.
Distracted. They're
Yeah, they're
distracted.
distracted because there's enough press about it. It's not like it's a big secret. I mean, the mainstream outlets do mention this, enough of this for people to know what's going on. They don't dwell on it. They don't push it into people's heads, but it's not like people aren't exposed, even in the network, news. So, well, you know what? That's the thing too. A lot of my political blaming that would go against someone like Trump or something, it's like, well, fuck no. Trump's just the guy. He can run for president. Who's the motherfuckers that are supporting him? They really are the problem. We, us, whomever's among us, supporting these particular people in every Western country, in every country. Somehow it is our fault.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's our fault. We work for them. We we make profits for them, and we pay for them to pay the politicians to enact the laws, which keep us down. It's all our faults. It's the entire system that is entirely fucked. But
Yeah.
how do we get beyond it?
Yeah, I think part of the issue in people's mindset it is related to why Trump can do well with Republicans right now, because I think Trump comes across, because of the way he's, his version of populism or whatever, as the kind of guy, just your average Mississippi Republican or whatever. That Trump's the kind of guy I'd be if I was that rich. So it makes a kind of familiarity, even though you'd never be that rich. That's how I'd spend my money, and I'd say whatever I'd want. Because I think working class people, one thing they hate about the wealth is someone like Romney who's still trying to pander, because they're like, well, if I had money, we call that fuck you money, and I'd be able to say fuck you. And so Trump comes across as, it's fuck you money, and I'm obviously smart. Look, I got money, and that appeals to them, because they think, well, it plays to their, I support making things good for the rich in case I'm ever rich.
Yeah, we've got the whole. Well, the first thing is distraction, which is a main force in stopping people from listening to these things. Because I'm a victim of it myself. It's like, if there's an important video or something going on in YouTube, I'll play it and then I'll get bored after 15 seconds and I'll play some fucking raccoon playing with trash or something like that. Hi, Gary. And but on the other hand, there's this whole, will I, as a working class person, win the lottery and I don't have to give a fuck about these things anymore? So therefore, any vote that I make is some protection on my future lottery win, which I guess is what's in a lot of people's minds when they vote right wing. They're voting for their future, American dream aspiration kind of mentality. That is a large part of the problem in America and everybody else in the world. China, people working in slave labor thinking, one day I will be some kind of friggin' prince or something like that. It's a mentality that's worldwide, and the American dream is the literal representation of it.
I don't think it's worldwide. I don't think I think most of the Chinese know they're in a horrible feudal position. I don't think they have any dreams of being anything.
Well, I think it's Western-wide, though. I mean, I think it has spread out to the industrialized nations, including ones in Africa that have certain amounts,
Yeah, right. Well, people live on hope, right? So this is like the biggest problem with the human race, is they have no capacity to do any rational risk assessment or any rational perception about what's possible. So they think starships are possible, and they think all this bullshit's possible, and it's not possible. There's no fucking heavens. There's none of this stuff. It's all bullshit.
Yeah, but we're talking about something different, because that's fair enough. That's true, general humans. But we're kind of talking about, why do people have this political weird illusion? It seems like totally self-delusional. And I think it's because in their heads they're walking around in their favorite rap video, or if it's not that, then it's some other, their country star video, and all the things that they walk around in that fantasy. And then push comes to shove, they're protecting the status they have in their fantasy world, not what's going on in the real world. And even if they had a dream and a hope, and they were going to work really hard, and they were going to build this kind of thing, or they're going to become a famous singer, they wouldn't support these policies, because if they lived in the here and now, they would know, even though I'm going to get out of this situation, the situation exists, and I'm being treated badly, and here's how I should be treated. better in this situation even though I'm leaving this situation. But that's not what they think. I mean, there's people, I've seen those interviews. I think it was Pelosi's daughter or something makes videos, and she was like HBO documentaries, and there was one where, you know, they're interviewing people at this Tea Party rally, and they're in their little Medicaid driving machines, you know, their little scooter machines that Medicaid will drive you, and they're all talking about, you know, protecting the rich and hating welfare, and they're in a welfare, something given to them by the government, driving into a talk. It just doesn't, something psychological is going on there, because it does not make sense right on the face of it.
I don't think it's psychology. It's just ignorance, right? I mean, they think money does somehow rich people make money. You know, that they make wealth. They improve all our lives. Bullshit. They think they actually do work, and you know, so they don't first even realize the statistics about the fact that most wealth is inherited wealth. So I mean, you know, they're just so fucking ignorant that, you know, they can't, you know, if you gave it, and look, it's like any survey question, right? You know that every poll ever taken, if they ask the question differently, people will answer the question differently. So obviously the media is driving all this hype and this bullshit. Look, I didn't watch any of it because I don't have a TV anymore, and I'm not connected to this social media bullshit. But all I've heard from other people is all they keep talking about is this fucking Pope. And you're saying, why are they talking about the Pope? The Catholics are a minority in this country. Why are they controlling the entire, you know, everything coming out of New York is Pope, 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 Pope. Why?
Because he's got a nice hat, Gary, that's why.
No, I was thinking about that as well because I was watching the Mass today, but and that was on Al Jazeera actually, so it's everybody's covering it. Well, what is it? Isn't there like a billion Catholics though? So you know, worldwide.
It would go away if it wasn't for this media control. So it's the media that keeps people stupid. It's the media that keeps asking dumb questions and keeps saying, "Look, your only two choices are, you know, you hate these people and like these people, or you like these people and hate those people. But those are the only two choices. There's nothing in between." And they just keep planting everything in these black and white numbers, like, "Oh yeah, we can't not have the rich because we're totally dependent on the rich." And that's just what we've been sold. We have to have rich people somehow. Somehow, everybody will stop working and have no worth ethic if you don't allow people to inherit zillions of dollars. I mean, that's the logic. Instead of having a rational question where you say something like, "Well, do you think $5 million is enough of a head start in life, or do you think there's people so mentally crippled they can't get by on that?"
It's tribalism. The Pope is a leader. He's a leader of people, and people follow people. That's what we do. We're social animals. Sadly, that's the way we've evolved.
He's as legitimate as any leader of a country, though. I mean, if
well,
you have a leader of a country with hundreds of millions of people, it's just like the Chinese guy coming over. He should be treated like a...
No, they do it with the Dalai Lama, for fuck's sake. They do it with the Dalai Lama, for fuck's sake. He's a nobody. It should be a nobody to this country, and they still talk about him like he's some kind of god.
Tribalism. It's the sad reality of our species.
It's not even tribalism. It's just this placating any minority that has visibility. Okay, so as long as you're a minority that has visibility, the media will placate you, because you might not buy their potato chips if they piss you off, and that's it. So it's the active minorities that have power. The unorganized ones have no power. So it's all about organizing. It's all about organizing. It's all about having buildings and establishing the fact that we're an organization. You have to pay attention to us.
You're the smallest of minorities, Gary, and you don't have any power. So your argument
exactly
is
my point. Exactly my point, though. I'm not a small minority when it comes to cigarette smokers. Look how they got fucked in the ass, and they didn't do a damn thing about it because they have no organization.
That's interesting. Why didn't they? You know, I think you could blame that on the corruption of the tobacco companies, because they sort of took that over, the defending of smoking. But that's an interesting thing, because...
No, well, cigarette smokers don't have churches. We have a church of the tobacco weed, okay? If we had a church, if we wore T-shirts, if we did some, you know, even gay people are smart enough to organize. They migrate to San Francisco and have some hub of you know, activity and political strategy. Yeah, cigarette smokers had no hub, no organization, no anything.
Should be the Pope smoker.
Well, you know what? There's smokers in every city, and all the bars have tons of smokers, more disproportionate. There's plenty of room actually for there to ban a defense of smoking,
I
like
know,
the
but there's
the
no
yes it
president
kills
of the
us movement or
organization to
whatever.
interview. There's no president of the organization to interview. There's no political
No, you're
power.
right. I'm saying why
There's no
didn't that
pope to
arise? I'm
follow around, the
surprised
Pope of
actually.
cigarettes, you know, so we can't write down every single thing the Pope of cigarettes says.
You're the Pope of smoke.
I'm surprised there was no such thing. I'm surprised coming to think of it. It never occurred to
Well,
me.
I'm just
But
saying that to me is a perfect illustration. This has nothing to do with anything real. This whole political thing is just a contrivance of circumstance. A blowjob changes everything. It's all built. It's not even a house of cards. It's a house of smoke.
like you never got anywhere. You've done a lot of that. I remember when you did, was one of your kind of projects. You were talking a lot for a while, and you always bring it up about the taxes and how it's, basically the human rights aspect of this bad habit that is your own personal choice. Has that ever gone anywhere? What's the comments on that? Did you
Well, I'm
ever
just saying
get any?
that's where I found out you can't
No.
organize these people. Okay, I was connected to the most. I found the most powerful advocates in the country, and they're totally lame. There's no power. There's no organization. There's no money. There's no nothing. So there's no network.
wouldn't
There's
the
no way
tobacco
to do
people-
anything.
Why didn't the tobacco people fund something like that? It's weird.
They
It's
did,
missing.
but Boner's retired though, so
I'm not saying it's a good
Well,
thing.
but
I'm saying
they
it's just weird.
they frankly got a very good deal, frankly. So they cut us a new asshole in the sense that they made the deal on Medicare. They got out of all the lawsuits by making a deal where we pay $2 more a pack for a cigarette. Okay, so they're not on our side. They're
How much
making
does
plenty
20
of
cigarettes
profits.
cost in the
Cigarette
United States
companies
of
aren't
America?
going broke. They're making plenty of money.
You're right. Actually, they had these huge trillion-dollar type settlements, but that tax adds up to more than $1 trillion by now, I'll bet.
Well,
And
I'm
over
just saying,
time,
they
obviously.
didn't pay the penalty, okay? We paid the Medicaid deal. They didn't pay it. We paid
Well,
it.
I mean, they went around giving states $1 billion here and $1 billion there.
Well, I'm just
Remember
saying they're not giving anybody
that
anything.
doesn't
They
adds
were
up to
giving
much,
our money.
How much is a pack of 20 in the United
The
States?
consumers of cigarettes paid for all this shit, not the tobacco companies.
It is about $8 or $9 for the American Spirit, but you could get them for like $6.
Well, it's about £9, which is about $17
Holy
per
shit.
pack of 20.
Yeah, and it's all hype, and it's
But
all.
you gotta agree
it's
with
made out of
Gary here.
nothing.
That's a
It's
bit
made out of
ridiculous.
a total canard. So just when you think about this one subject, just think of all the issues people cared about, and they're saving kids and all these lies. They're not doing any of that shit. This is just the biggest lie that was ever told in the history of mankind, that cigarette smokers were some kind of liability. They were a huge asset to the economy. They paid other people to live longer. Cigarette smokers were a complete benefit to anybody who didn't smoke. There's no way a non-smokers gained so fucking much from cigarette smokers. I mean, they got a free extra 5 years of life given to them by cigarette smokers.
Yeah, but they stink though.
Yeah, well, whatever. You always got to do your little glib comments. I know you have this desire to be a stand-up comic, and you can never make it, and so yeah, you just go on the internet and throw one-liners all over the place. But yeah, frankly, I find that just incredibly irritating.
Well, but it's just a pet peeve
glib.
of
I'm
yours.
so
It doesn't
sick of
really have
glib and jokes and bullshit. Nobody takes anything fucking seriously. Nobody can take a logical argument from beginning
can't
to
take
end and ever
smoking
finish
vegetables
it.
seriously.
Nothing can ever be said without just everybody saying, well, let's laugh at it now. Okay, let's do all this bullshit talking, and then we'll just make it into a joke and throw it in the toilet anyway.
But
Well,
one
there's
one-liner
something all
doesn't
over the universe, and I don't think I can take smoking a herb seriously. That's why.
You mean as a
Well,
right?
whatever,
I
you-
can't. Why shouldn't it be anything else? That's like saying, well, I believe in free speech, but I can't support Hustler. It's like, I'm sorry. It's like, why wouldn't it be some issue like,
Well, I mean,
we have the
in
right
my
to
opinion,
express
it's a pretty big human rights issue. So, I mean, if you're not allowed to have a minority interest as benign as cigarette smoking, that's a pretty goddamn foul commentary on any notion of liberty. When society can say, okay, we're going to have a complete double standard. We're going to continue to drink alcohol. We're going to continue to eat sweets and donuts and fat. We're going to continue to torture animals, okay, but we're going to tax the fuck out of you if you sit in your house and smoke a cigarette.
Or, hey,
Well, the reason
great
I'm
text.
trolling is because I agree with you. It's ridiculous. So let's
Right.
move on.
Okay,
You know, that's why I'm
yeah,
trolling.
because
Let's
his
move
I
on.
know. I'd like to move on too. I'd like to move on, you know, because there's only two subjects that matter, and that is the fundamental stupidity of existence in the first place and physics. So yeah,
Okay,
I'd like
well,
to
I
talk
would like
about
to
those
make a
two subjects.
summary. I want to move on. That'd be fine. But I'd like to make a summary that I think the time might be coming for this, because I think we're in the 21st century. I think the fact that something is damaging to you, what isn't, and the fact that it might obviously be. The other thing is it's very mild compared to, you know, any
Get
other
real though.
poison.
The train
Why
is running
shouldn't
the
it
other
be?
way, Bureau. The
I think
train is running the other way.
I
They're
know.
trying to ban the e-cigarette. Come on.
Well, but that's what I'm
That's
getting
going to be
at.
the next
But that's what
target.
I'm
Is the
getting at.
e-cigarette.
What if they make tobacco illegal, like, you know, pot has been? I think it would become clear, and yet it's not going to be a medical benefit that can bring it back in. It's the personal right to do as you see fit, including base jumping and skateboarding and whatever the hell you want. These are things you don't even like, but you would acknowledge that they shouldn't be taxed like oppressively targeted, you know, as a burden to support other parts of society, which is all full of these kind of choices, of personal health choices.
Well, I'm just saying
So
that the
I
point
think
is
there's
a
a thing here.
fundamental constitutional principle that you don't use laws to persecute minorities is the principle that's been violated here. Okay, it has
I
nothing to
think
do
you're
with
right.
it has nothing to do with causes. Causes are good. There's good to have seatbelt laws and other regulations because they're in the long term going to pay for themselves. Having speed limits
Yeah.
makes infinite amount of sense. So there, you know, it's not the idea of regulation, it's the idea of hypocritical,
Yeah.
unreasonable, illogical regulation that just has to do with a plain fucking bigotry.
Well, I think the corruption really and sort of drug pusher attitudes that the tobacco companies adopted
Well, I mean, I'm just
kind of
saying
made it
that's
hard to
bullshit too. That's
defend.
all bullshit too. That's you're just buying part of the
Also under
lie
the
because
bridge.
they did exactly what the consumer wanted. The consumer, I wanted more nicotine in my fucking cigarette. I asked them to put more nicotine in
Yeah,
my
but when they
cigarette.
went to speak before the Senate and stuff, they're just all no, and we don't know, and they couldn't
Well, they
stand
have
up
to
for it
lie
all.
now, but I'm just saying that they did exactly what the consumer wanted. They didn't ever had the balls to say, look, nicotine's an addictive substance. Our customers asked us to put more addictive substance in their cigarettes. They couldn't say that for legal reasons. You got to
Yeah.
understand that.
Well, I kind of do, but what I'm really saying is it's water under the bridge now. That was their problem, and we can study and think of the philosophy or the political philosophy of something like the right to smoke cigarettes separate from that industry, I think, because, you know, they have
Well, you're the
pay.
one who keeps bringing up the industry when I'm bringing up the propaganda, but whatever. I don't. The industry
Right, yeah.
propaganda
Well,
was the
because I
least
think
of the problem. The media propaganda that somehow cigarette smokers are killing everybody and destroying, and you know the worst vice on mankind has ever known when they got alcohol sitting right in front of them that's destroyed so many families, that kills
yeah.
people on the highways every fucking
Did
goddamn
not,
day.
John Boner guy resign, but Boner resigned, but he was handing out checks on behalf of the tobacco industry to support the tobacco industry. So there's this kind of corporatism going on as well
Well,
as
look,
the
all I was
social
saying,
The
justice thing.
tobacco industry is not me, okay? So I don't want their defense. I don't want them to be
yeah,
any part of this conversation because in
yeah,
my opinion all they were doing is providing me with a product that I wanted, and they did it for a lot of decades with me being perfectly fucking satisfied with their performance. I was
yeah.
perfectly satisfied with the tobacco companies.
Right. So
I just want to
all
say
I was
Boner.
saying. Yeah, all I was saying is that I think the reason I haven't taken it more seriously as an area of activism is because the tobacco companies were so screwed up and pretending cancer wasn't a thing and all of this. I think that distracted me, which I'm saying I shouldn't be distracted. I think this is maybe an issue that it's certainly losing ground, but there's a certain point at where you squish it down to the bottom, and you know you'll finally pressurize people that are like, no. So we'll see. But my guests have just gotten home, and I should probably go. Well, let me go see. I know what I'll do. I'll go see what's up and see if I can come back. And then if you guys have not torn each other's throat out while I'm gone,
See if
then
mommy says I can stay out another half hour. Yeah.
I didn't realize it was snowing in New Jersey already. It looks like it's snowing.
Yeah, it's just the fact that I have a new $1,200 electric service that I was forced to install by the idiotic electric company, and of course one of the circuit breakers blew up. So yeah, so I don't have overhead lights.
You goddamn free countries with your free capitalism and so on.
Yes, because there was a 50-cent plastic part broken. Yeah, I have to get a new electric service. Thank you.
Power cuts you have per
So
year.
they cut out. Yeah, the funny part is that they cut out all the steel parts I had and all the pure copper wire and all that good stuff, and put in some nice good plastic and aluminum. Yeah, it's such an improvement. I feel so much better having nice aluminum wires.
It's called aluminium, dear.
Oh, yes.
But we call it on the continent.
Yeah, well, I call it melt and you're fucked. But whatever. Yeah, just dismal.
Is that a cigarette you're smoking or an e-cigarette? What is it? What brand
it's a
is it?
Frankenstein, it's an e-cigarette thing, and I just hook my own adapter up to it so I can juice it a little higher voltage and also lazy. But I just buy the juice, I buy the pure nicotine, the strongest you can get, 100 milligram. Well, it's ends up being 10% nicotine.
Of course you do, man.
Yeah, so, It's kind of interesting because I never realized how much of a drug nicotine was until I started overdosing on it, and then I realized, hey, this is a drug, isn't it? Because man, you can get a pretty good buzz.
Tell you, I live in the city and I live right above an e-cigarette shop, so I can just go down there in the morning and buy my e-liquids, and it's an amazing addiction.
Yeah, I mean, you do find out something about it when you're able to just pull the raw, with all the pollutants in it. I mean, I still love the fuck out of them. When somebody sends me a real cigarette, I just love them. They're just so good. But yeah, this gets me by anyway. Keeps me, keeps me financially solvent. I mean, it's just amazing how much I was spending on cigarettes. It was just, it was more than my heat, my electric, all my utilities put together. And I was spending more than that on cigarettes.
You should give it up. It's painful to watch, man. It's painful to watch you hooking up your atomizer to some, electric supply.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, I just got last month. Old fan sent me 20 packs of cigarettes, and I must have gone through them in 7 days. 6. It was just so bad. I keep saying, "Oh, just smoke 3 a day," Nah, that ain't gonna happen.
What are you doing otherwise? I'm not seeing you in ages. How's the cats and so on?
How's the who?
Cats.
Oh, yeah. Well, they come and go kind of thing. The old one survived, which was pretty good. I mean, he was dying, and he did that 9 lives thing and had to come back, so he's had an extra couple of good years. But, one just disappeared a couple of weeks ago, and the little girl cat, so it's kind of, I mean, I really hate taking care of animals, because, it always ends badly, it's just always, I just want to be free of it, and it just sucks because they just keep showing, you know what I mean? As long as you're feeding one, some other cat always shows up and ruins it for me. It's like I was down to just 2 cats, and it was like, I'm going to be free of it, and no. There's always another loser showing up, begging for a life.
Yeah, that's the way life is, though. I've got a pigeonhole behind my flat, my apartment, and it's about a foot squared, and all the pigeons go there at night, and then they come out during the day and feed on everybody's slim pickings. But I think our mutual friend Dario would love that place because it's where the pigeons dwell, and he loves the pigeons. And they always come out during the day. They pecked a hole, a foot square, in a building to live in, you know. Yeah. And that to you, that would be like a monumentous, horrible struggle. But to me, it's like, you know, these things have lived here for generations upon end, building this thing, building a hole in a wall. And I think it's a beautiful thing. But you think it's an ugly thing because it's a struggle and so on and so forth. And that's our difference of opinion.
Yeah, well, frankly, I've seen enough of the, I've seen it. I've seen people live in shit and horror and animals die badly, and there's nothing. Yeah, I'm sorry, there's nothing good you can say about it. I mean, the best friend I had in life, she lost her mind early, and Alzheimer's, and sorry, it's about as ugly as life can get.
But does that life consider it ugly, or do you consider that life ugly?
No, I'm just saying that the indignity to her was so dramatic and so profound, and there's no way she would accept that as the terms for a life. And, she already had a hard enough life as it was, overcoming and all that kind of stuff, and then to have an indignified death on top of it is just, this whole struggle thing is all, sounds all nice and good, but it really, I'm sorry, I just don't, you want to sit there and be a slave forever to silly ambitions? I don't want to keep waking up and saying, okay, time to go to work, time to do this, time to do that, I mean, most of our lives, I don't know about your life, but most of my life is caught up in a bunch of tedious chores that I can't stand.
There's that, and there's also, like, the pigeons that dug that hole in the wall behind me. They seem to be happy. From an anthropological point of view, they seem to be happy. They seem to be enjoying it. They seem to be enjoying their place, and they're flying over the roof and everything else. So, should we judge them based on our values, or should we allow them to have their own values?
Still saying, I don't think you're seeing the picture, okay? If all they did was happily peck at a wall, that would be fine, but I'm just saying they lived and died doing that. And most times when you're pecking holes in walls or something, usually it's an attrition on yourself, physically or mentally or psychologically, or it might even kill you. And I'm just saying that that's the part that's not seen. We don't see the part, we don't see birds die too much. People, we have this illusion because we just see the healthy animals, because they wander off to be, consumed by the environment. And I'm just saying, I don't think it's a balanced view of the price paid for this shit. I mean, it's like saying war is glorious and just showing the, wonderful, triumphant blah, 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 or the quick kill, and not paying any attention to the guy who got shot and doesn't die for a month and a half.
But isn't that a problem with our expectations, that we think that it should be glorious? Maybe, perhaps, an idea that
I'm just saying
we're never going to be able to.
I'm just saying that to you it makes sense. To me, it doesn't make any sense. I know all my ambitions are fucking biological bullshit. I know my fantasies and my delusions about accomplishment are all crap. My ego is completely derived all that shit out of my competitive nature. I'm just saying, why would I want to keep waking up and living a lie? And that's what it is. It's a fucking lie. I want to do that forever and ever? Fuck no. I mean, fool me once, my bad. Fool me twice, yeah. I mean, you're bad. Fool me twice, my bad.
The purpose of philosophy, though, in that situation... Go ahead, Vivi.
I don't want to hear the words, the purpose of philosophy, because, no, there's no such thing. The purpose of philosophy is to describe reality. There's no purpose beyond that. You either accurately describe reality or you inaccurately describe reality.
But you just described how you figured out reality, but you know that you're living a different reality. So
I'm just saying that I know it's not worth doing. That's what I know. I know I'm not going to make any of these goddamn things because it's goddamn stupid. Why would I make something else to live a lie, to be deluded, to struggle, struggle, struggle to pretend it matters whether they win a gold medal or not. Well, it just goddamn
Because there's nothing else. There's nothing else.
Come
in
on, nothing
comparison
is
to it.
fine with me. Yes, this is not a good alternative. A shit floating in a toilet is not a great alternative to nothing. I'd rather do the nothing than the shit in the toilet.
Your existence in comparison to non-existence, it speaks for itself. The fact that you continue to exist.
It doesn't speak for itself. That's just that's a sillyism. What, you don't think it's complex? You don't think I still exist for complex reasons that have nothing to do with what I just stated, which was I would not create me? You don't think it's a genuine statement that I would not, even for $1 billion, make me live again?
I believe that. Can we let Vivian say something?
Exists that
I'm not
wouldn't
sure
exist.
if I can say
Didn't
anything.
exist.
No, I'm just saying the fact that
Can
I'm
we
still
let
alive
Vivian
doesn't
say
have
something,
anything
you
to
guys?
do with
You
my
guys.
commentary.
Hello. Can we let
Hello?
Vivian say something? Yeah, please. Go ahead, Vivian.
All right. Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm just not getting any indicators of volume. Oh, wait, no, there are. Okay, sorry, I'm just very quiet. Yes, I think your point about not seeing the death of animals reminds me very much of Stephen Fry's comment on atheism, that you can't just take the positive of nature and say, oh, look at nature, it's this wonderful, bountiful thing with all of its glory and grandeur. All creatures, great and small.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have any of that anyway. That's all a lie, but whatever, fine.
Well, it does. I would say it does.
Well, it doesn't. It's all subjective crap. It's like saying vaginas.
Gary, allow him to finish.
Well, I'm
No,
just
no,
saying.
okay.
No,
that's a fair
Okay.
point. That's a fair point.
It is a fair point, but let him finish.
Yes,
He
that's
doesn't
quite a fair
talk
point.
over as much.
I suppose what I'd see in terms of struggling as well, and yes, I admit that it's subjective as well, when you discuss the daily grind and the notion of struggle. Perhaps it's because I'm in Europe at this exact time where people are looking at countries like Greece and Spain, and even my country. There's quite a resurgence of the romantic notion of a struggle, of sort of struggle for social equity or something like that. And if you look at different political movements, for example, or feminism and things like that, you'll see a romanticizing of the struggle. And there is something endearing about being part of a continuity, even if the individual instance is painful or inconvenient or uncomfortable. It's edifying to be part of a multi-generational struggle.
Well, says you. I think it's your. I think if you haven't learned from it that you're just a psychology being completely whipped by a bunch of biology. You eat because you're biologically made to do it, and you fuck for that reason. You do all this shit for those reasons, and we're competitive organisms, and we struggle to maintain our state of what we call a welfare or a comfort. And obviously, dying always seems inconvenient. It's at least as bad as going to the dentist. I mean, you just don't know what's going to happen. So, I mean, everybody tries to put it off. But, I mean, I'm just saying the whole thing is it's just a big pile of shit. We're chasing shit, and it's at a huge price. The worst, the people living the worst of it, I wouldn't spend 5 minutes being them. So if I wouldn't spend 5 minutes doing what the people getting the worst of it are doing, how could I justify it?
Well, I think it's not exactly fair to look at neurochemical motivations that way, in my opinion.
Well, I'm just sorry. That's what psychology is.
Neurochemical motivations are not intrinsically invalid.
There's you.
But no, as like a matter of
But
fact.
Well, I'm just saying it's a matter of defining a goal, okay? A neurochemical attachment is just called an addiction, okay? So you're saying that addictions aren't intrinsically, fundamentally have no character or integrity, as a reason to do something? I'm saying
Gary,
yes. Addictions
Gary,
always have a lack of
what
integrity
about
as a
this?
reason to do something.
What about this? As an example of a multi-generational effort, we had formal logic invented back by Aristotle, more or less, popular among a very small minority of people that enjoyed philosophy. They have worked and worked to popularize logic to the point that where we still don't have people being great logicians, everybody knows about it. We do use logic a lot more. That was a multi-generational effort, and I think, yeah, it is worthwhile to be involved in that 300 years ago or 100 years ago or today or 100 years from now. And so, you know, I see why the multi-generational
Well,
effort
look,
can
the
be positive.
multi-generational has these huge liability, okay, where they never get rid of the lies, okay? The God lie, the spirituality lie, the boogeyman lie, the Sasquatch lie. They're always looking,
But
they
how can you say
always
that?
look at life in this stupid, ignorant context of a creator, and that you can't deny that. So that multi-generational element is a huge corruption. If we took life for what it is, take a blank slate and then write down what it is, what has been going on this planet for 500 million years. All right?
You'll never get rid of
A
the lie,
silly
though.
biological
To build
experiment.
upon
If
truth.
Mengele did it, you'd understand how evil it is. If it was Mengele's idea, you'd know this was wrong, and somehow you think it's right because nature's doing it?
But you never get rid of the lie. You have to build upon truth. You have to stand upon the soldiers'
Oh,
shoulders of
you don't
giants.
stand on soldiers of crap and bullshit. I'm just saying
But
they don't fix the lies, okay?
Gary,
So
it's a
take
bad
the
example.
lies,
I
take
Gary,
the
it's a bad
lies out of
example
people's
because
mother nature perception of what's biologically happening on Earth. And all it is a sick, disgusting experiment where you sit there and take 1,000 competitors and kill 999 of them in a brutal manner so one of them can get laid. It's insidious. It's disgusting.
but
I,
but even but the preparation for your view about, for example, whether there's creators and stuff like that, that itself is a multi-generational. People have been arguing that for
That
thousands of
argument's
years as
over.
well,
We're
and
entering
it's
the
getting
brain. I'm
somewhere.
just saying I'm disqualifying anyone who hasn't figured out it's a lie.
But there are people that took multiple generations to get the information out there where it really is at that level of, yeah, you have to be denying it now.
Well, no,
So
you have to
before there were people that hadn't even heard
have
about it.
information that validates the fact that it's a lie. Okay, I mean it's a known pile of shit because we have evolution, we have
You're
a
the kind of
better
person,
theory. It's Occam's razor. It's over. It's an
but Gary,
Gary,
here's where
archaic
what's the
you're,
pile of
stage
here's,
where you're
astrology.
saying
How come
here's where you're
you're
real,
not
astrology is
nuanced,
buried?
but you're
Everybody's
arguing it
buried
should be nuanced?
astrology.
here's where your real egotism is, Gary, because it's like you think, or you seem like you think, if you were born 1,000 years ago, it would have just been just as obvious as it was to you being born.
Bullshit. Bullshit, bullshit. I constantly make videos talking about our progress and the information we
Well,
believe
then
in.
that's
I'm
the
just saying, since
multi-generational
Darwin,
thing.
yeah, since Darwin, it's sort of game over, okay? That
Yeah.
was the last big idea.
Well, but
And
it
if you
seems
take
then that you're
Darwin seriously,
acknowledging
if you
the
take
progress.
evolution seriously, if you recognize what the process actually is, which means 10,000 baby octopuses, fully formed, fully functional brains, just as capable as their mature counterparts, 10,000 of them die in the first 6 months for every one that survives. 10,000.
But what I'm getting at is, let's say I lived 1,000 years ago, and I'm promoting logic and a rational view of the universe, and it's falling. It seems like it's falling on deaf ears. But I know now, 1,000 years later, know that what led to a progression. Why couldn't I be
Back to
satisfied?
a personality thing, and it's
I'm
an
saying,
information
I'm
argument.
saying,
I'm saying that's game over. We have the facts now. Facts are different than theory.
but
We have
what I'm
facts.
saying is getting the facts out is a worthwhile thing. So 1,000 years ago, if I was working to getting the facts out and it seemed like it wasn't making progress, in fact, getting the facts out was making progress, that can justify, I could be satisfied, even though I don't live in a rational world, but working for rationality, because 1,000 years later, maybe the rationality, it didn't come from nowhere, it came from that work.
I
Oh,
would
I don't
just
even
like
know
to.
what that means. Sorry, yeah, sorry. Totally incomprehensible statement on your part. I don't see what it has to do with the
I'm an
fact
octopus.
that
If I,
the only reason why people continue to believe this shit is because they're placated in that ignorance, and they're allowed to be ignorant, and no one tells them they're motherfucking idiots, and they should basically have a leash on around their neck if they're that stupid. If they're dumb as a fucking monkey, then yeah, you probably should be in a cage.
if
I'm
I
an
could,
octopus.
if I could come in here just to express a point of information on the issue of the sort of Thomas Huxley notion of survival of the fittest, which I think Amentum was sort of alluding to, the notion of people standing on top of each other and killing each other to get laid and stuff like that. I would say that we can look at the adaptation post-Darwin. While it's very much true that these motifs, there have been motifs that have been consistent throughout human history in a lot of different civilizations. Carl Jung remarked upon that to some great extent. What he also remarked was that there are variations on motifs and archetypes. In relation to the motif of evolution, there were a lot of different opinions. There was, of course, the Sir Francis Galton eugenics sort of concept. There was the Thomas Huxley and later sort of social Darwinist capitalist sort of mindset, though I'm not sure he would have identified as a capitalist. But then there were also people like Peter Kropotkin and Karl Marx, who, going from a premise, in the case of Marx, that there wasn't a God, disregarded a lot of the sophistication that leads to unnecessary suffering. Not from a point to, one does not necessarily come to a position of despair from the rejection of arbitrary or unnecessary sophistication or hierarchy. And so he produced a very, generally
Is
speaking,
the word waste going to come up in this somewhere? It's a waste.
What's a
It's the
waste?
stupid, pointless, unprofitable, unpurposeful, does not accomplish anything waste of suffering. There is no reason to create a gold medal or a gold medal winner. There's nothing to win here. The only way you win is to somehow say, I'm better than everything that exists. If an alien showed up tomorrow with twice our skills, he automatically wins. Because he has twice our skills. There's absolutely no standard here. You're not trying to become some kind of perfect consciousness. You're just trying to win stupid gold medals, and in the process, you create a bunch of losers. There's no rational reason for anybody to, if I said to a bunch of intellectuals, is there a reason to invent, let's say basketball didn't exist. Let's invent basketball so a bunch of urban children can waste a huge percentage of their life trying to be a professional thrower of the ball in the stupid hoop. Okay, they can waste their neurology, waste their life, waste their resources, waste their enterprise, waste their destiny. Okay, trying to throw a stupid ball in a stupid fucking hoop.
You are aware of how, like, why basketball was invented, right?
Oh, I'm saying, yes, exactly. It was for no good reason whatsoever ever.
Yes,
it's nothing but a liability to human enterprise and human productivity. It is a colossal, humongous waste of human energy.
It was invented for the purposes of creating an exercise regimen.
Oh, well, there's just no point with you, right? Why? No. Why? Because humans need it? No.
Yes,
no.
To
Because
stay
it's
in
necessary?
health.
No. Because you raised humans to be assholes. That's why they are assholes. Because assholes like you see purpose in being an asshole. Nobody needs to play basketball to be actualized as a fucking living organism. It's
well, you need to exercise.
To think so.
Well, they can't
very
much
exercise.
more efficient and productive ways to use your heart and energy than throwing fucking balls in fucking hoops, you fucking lunatic.
You're not hearing me. There's a
No.
utility to it insofar
Not
as
necessarily.
it improves one's capacity
because
for
I'm saying, would an
functioning elsewhere.
intellectual, would a smart person say it's a good idea to invent basketball? Is that question
Yes,
too hard
they
for
were a
you?
doctor who invented basketball.
Oh, you're still not getting it. I'm talking about knowing it in the context of what it is, you retard. What has it done for fucking society, you dumb ass? It's like inventing gambling. It doesn't do anything good for the human race. It doesn't do anything good for our psychology. It doesn't do a motherfucking good thing. It is just plain destructive. It
Does
is
it not
garbage.
advance
Garbage
awareness?
Well, I
in,
disagree.
garbage out, asswipe.
Okay, no need
Nope.
to get personal,
No.
all right?
Yeah,
Oh,
calm
yeah,
down,
dude,
Gary.
you're wasting my goddamn time.
No, because you're arguing against all recreation. I'm sorry. People need to
Oh,
find
no,
ways to do
sorry,
things that are
wrong,
fun
wrong,
and
wrong,
exercise.
Wrong.
Fun and
Liar,
yeah, they do.
liar.
No, all animals
I'm
have to have
arguing.
sport.
That's like saying I'm against
Basket hoops,
all.
McGillicuddy.
I'm all against all economies. I'm against all money because I'm against billionaires. No, Piro, I'm not. I'm not against money.
But-
I'm not against competition.
But look-
I'm against unproductive, completely wasteful, stupid competition.
Well, then be against golf because it's way expensive.
Again, I
compared to how many
would be
people-
against inventing the
But-
goddamn thing, you idiot. I
But
just said
basketball,
that.
Be against everything.
but basketball almost costs nothing to put up a court with a
Oh,
couple
I'm just
hoops.
gonna, it almost costs
it's worth
nothing.
it.
I just explained
A
how
lot of
it
people
costs the
have
biggest
fun.
waste of human energy, probably of all the stupid things on earth. Basketball has
professional?
wasted more human lives than any other dumbass sport in the history of mankind.
It's a
And-
big life consumer.
I mean, what do you mean,
Life is a
professional basketball?
productivity squanderer.
But I think what we were talking about is the original purpose of basketball was not to make a sport with multi-million-dollar players. It was exercise, and the basketball courts all around the nation
It's not the
accomplished
subject.
that.
It's not the subject.
You
It's
don't
not
have to have any money.
That's not the subject. It's not
You
the
don't have
subject. Would you invent the? Okay, there's no Olympics.
have
Would
to
you
have
create
any
an
money.
Olympics, Pyro? You have the power. Okay, there's no Olympic games in the world right now.
Yes,
Okay,
I think
would you
sport-
invent it? You fucking idiot.
Yes,
Would
I
you-
think the problem is with sport is the corruption of sport
Oh,
institutions
you
like
just don't.
FIFA.
All right, forget
I
it.
don't
can't
think
ask
sport
simple
is a
question,
problem.
Get a simple fucking answer
I
instead
don't
of
think
change
sport
the
is a
fucking
problem. I think
subject. Oh,
sport
I
is
get
good.
it.
I think the
Yeah,
fact that people of any economic level can find a basketball court and play basketball is a good thing.
Yeah, if that's what they were doing, Piro, that would be fine, wouldn't it? But that's not what's in their brain, Piro. What's in their brain is a hopeful, wishful delusion, okay, that they're going to get to Easy Street this way, and that the more
No.
energy they put into it,
Gary.
yes, it is, Piro. You want to
Gary,
play,
most people
hierarchy
play
is not a
you
basketball,
want to play the
but not-
fantasy out that the
Hierarchy.
urbanites are just recreating? Well, go ahead and play that fantasy out in your stupid little brain, but it's a fantasy.
Well, nobody I
Hierarchy.
ever played basketball with wanted to.
Well,
thought
we're
they-
not talking about
Bro.
you, are we?
Well, we are. I'm talking about.
No, we're
I
not.
can
We're
play
talking about
basketball.
the average urban youth who is
I think
not
most of
going
them
to
know
school
they're not.
and not paying any attention because he thinks he's got a jump
I know
shot.
what you-
No,
I
that-
understand.
No.
You did say anybody, and I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Piro is a person. So that
Oh yeah, right. That's
Right.
exactly okay. So now we're going to use silly, totally unbasketball. Nobody thinks of basketball when they think of Piro, I
Gary,
don't
shut
think.
the fuck
So
up.
go ahead, fuck the subject entirely.
Shut
All right, I'm
the
just going to
fuck
shut
up.
up on
I
the
get what you
subject because
mean.
obviously you
Shut
can't
up.
handle the subject.
Let someone else speak.
I
Okay.
get what you're talking about in terms of the notion of getting out of poverty by becoming exceptionally good at something, and that does happen with football, by which I mean soccer, in Britain sometimes, and sometimes in other parts of the world. In
How many
Africa at the
failures?
moment.
How many kids are crippled by
And
it?
there are plenty of
How many kids
examples
are
of
paralyzed, and that's worth it. It's worth
Shut the fuck up
paralyzing
for more than
children.
10 seconds, Gary.
quiet for a moment. All right?
Yeah,
All
let
right,
him
well,
finish.
forget it. You can't have the subject, okay? You people are just obviously
I'm not monopolizing
promoters
the
of this,
subject.
and
I'm
you won't
taking a
rationally
segment of
discuss
time.
the subject. You would invent something as stupid, okay, as
Yes, I would
paralyzing
invent it.
children for
Gary,
absolutely
you
no
have
benefit.
to let him finish though, because he's not as bombastic as the rest of us, so we have to let him finish.
Thank you.
Oh, well, whatever. You have to. I don't have to. I don't have to listen to this tripe.
No, I want
Oh, you're
to.
going to get banned, you
And then
fucking
Herbert said,
goddamn twat.
and then somebody else who was dead 1,000 years ago said, "Who the fuck cares?" I asked a
I
simple
care.
question. You
I
would
care.
obviously invent it. Okay, I think you're an idiot. If you would
Gary, you
invent
do
that,
have to.
well,
Well,
you're an idiot.
congratulations. We think you're an idiot as well.
Okay, you're getting silenced.
Fine, fantastic. I'm just saying. I think I've made the point. You didn't answer the question because you're all a bunch of cowards.
I didn't even hear what Vivian's potential answer was, and I would
My
like
answer
to.
was yes.
Oh,
I
go
would have
ahead. Go
invented
ahead.
it
You,
because there's
you
a
like
user.
listening to Kent Hovind, so of
Then
course you
I know.
At
like
some
the
point, we'll get
boring,
the ability to make a point.
dull-witted retards who sit there and just take 15 minutes to say absolutely nothing.
Right,
Great,
but that's also why I
fantastic.
like listening
Waste
to you,
more of
Gary.
your time, Piero, but you're not going to waste mine.
Gary, that's also why I like listening to you. You got to
Well, you
let
can
Vivian go. Okay, there we go. I didn't have to kick him. That's nice. Go ahead, Vivian.
Okay, that's convenient. Great thing about antinatalists, they just quit on their own. Where was I? Yes, I see, of course, utility in the Olympics, insofar as yes, okay, there's the point of celebrating the achievements of a particular person, but there are extrinsic benefits such as the promotion of sport in general, which of course leads to more utility, more satisfaction derived from sport, better physical health for people and stuff like that, and physical ability to do other non-sports related tasks. But in addition to that, we also have the point that you can learn how to perfect different types of behavior through things like the Olympics and what type of person runs faster or something like that. I always thought it was kind of telling that the original ancient Greek sports like discus throwing and javelin throwing kind of reflect some of the physical exertion that soldiers in ancient Greece would have had to have been able to exert. They would have had to have been able to throw javelins and spears. And they would have had to have been able to deliver sufficient momentum to a shield or a spear or something like that. But also, these are activities related to thrusting, like sticking a shovel into the ground. Those sort of basic motions can be applied to a lot of stuff, and I think it's good because it obviously does create a greater sense of spatial awareness and stuff like that. No, it's not really the evolutionary components, I think, that Heivik, that Inventum is really going for. I think he's also ignoring the fact that people are less interested in having children these days. As economics moves forward, people have more to be satisfied by, and so ironically, as their satisfaction goes up, their actual number of children or their population goes down. Germany is at present, I think, below its replacement rate in terms of fertility, and Japan is considerably below its replacement rate.
Right, but this is the good news, right? This is why the population worldwide is leveling off, because it turns out all you have to do is educate women. Like literally just give them an 8th grade education is a major effect. Also educate on birth control and just sort of culturally that, there's wider horizons and in general economically develop a country, and people don't want to have 8 or 10 kids. So this is a good thing. But I was going to say in terms of the Olympics, like I think one of the worst things, but it is still a justification, is there's a militaristic aspect to it. The competition, it's like you could say like baby tigers when they're first playing or toying with some animal their mom has brought to them, and and there's a justification in a practical sense, but it's also kind of an ugly one. Whereas I think in this 21st century, we're really just talking about, look, we are all pretty much wealthier than we could have imagined a couple hundred years ago, and to a certain degree, even still developing nations, if you compare a couple hundred years ago. And we need to have exercise that is fun. We don't have to go carry hundreds of gallons of water a month, from the stream to our house. It doesn't have to be boiled. And so, like exercise that would come naturally, we have a legitimate reason to want entertaining exercise. And that's obviously what games are. And when you have Olympics, it's the same thing. It's fun to see, to be able to measure how you did. I mean, it's fun to throw rocks at a can. At some point when you do it a lot, it's like, well, I want to measure how often did I hit it, and how far was it? And this is basically what you have with these Olympic Games or any sport. And it's justified because people have a right to want to be happy. And so if you need to exercise, you want to be happy, it makes sense to play a game that gets you to exercise that's fun. It draws you into it. I mean, it's very simple logic and obvious. And I think the fact that we have sports that simulate war in various ways is kind of part of the problem of sports, and why you have bad sports cultures. Why you have the football culture in American colleges, like, as far as I'm concerned, disproportionate amount of rape and a weird kind of elitism and stuff that's going on. And I think that, to me, maybe I'm projecting, but I'm blaming that on sort of the war history of where sports, like maybe the Olympics, a big influence of why they were thought worthwhile. And but that does not mean sport is bad. I mean, sport is really, in the 21st century, it's about fun ways to exercise. And then if you get really into it, maybe you want to see if you're the best. And I think that's all healthy,
I don't agree that it's the best way to exercise. The best way to exercise is just get out there on your own and do it. Anybody who's been to a gym knows that the best way to exercise is on your own, doing your own thing when you want to do it. So I don't agree with that. I think this whole tribalism thing is something that's been going on for hundreds of thousands of years. And that is indeed the problem, and something that we have not evolved beyond, and something that does demand social and intellectual power to evolve beyond. But that social and intellectual power is not there in great enough measure.
Yeah, but great takes. As I've grown older, I've always hated working on an exercise machine. I mean, one, the machines have become better, so they're kind of more interesting because it's clear what part of your body you're working, and that's cool. But basically, it's boring. And a game of touch football or basketball, this has an emotional, human component. You could say tribalism, and yeah, there's negative aspects of that, but we're also just talking about socializing with other human beings. And if everybody is a good sport and has fun whether they win or lose but tries to win, then the sport fulfills itself. And in addition to working your body, you have an emotional, real experience with other human beings. And so I think you can't criticize it just because, if all you care about is getting yourself exercised, then go to the gym. But it's boring. It's almost soul-crushing compared to playing ultimate frisbee or something, which is exhilarating.
Yeah, but in real terms, I mean, I've tried exercise bikes and they're horrible, and you count the seconds and you count the calories and everything else. But how is it in terms of, in comparison to riding a real bike or whatever have you? I mean, this whole elitism that we have in sport is one of the problems that we have with sport. But we need sport in order to, exercise ourselves and everything else. That is, these kind of dualistic problems that we have with it.
Yeah.
In that we need the sport and we do need the elitism of it, but how do we overcome the elitism of that sport in order to just enjoy it within ourselves?
Like everything else, it's the capitalism of it. So when I was young, I remember thinking, the Olympics is supposed to be the ultimate athletes. Why wouldn't they let the professionals? Then I grew a little older. I'm like, it's not the ultimate athletes. It's the young athletes. It's the new athletes. It's the people that are athletes just because they want to be athletic and not because there's $1 billion and proven you can do it. And then right after that, they allowed professionals in the Olympics. And I personally think that it ruins the sport, because I think basically the answer to your question is most of that corruption and elitism comes from, and not just the money, but also just an attitude of elitism, like in high schools and stuff, where your sports teams have an extra level of estimation or whatever that leads to a kind of elitism. But so I mean, I think the issue is the professional sports, and I don't know what you can do, because I do not believe you can make it illegal. I don't see how the culture could cap the amount of money you spend. I also think these athletes who are from all kinds of different backgrounds deserve the benefit of a market-driven thing. On the other hand, it has to stop somewhere, and ideally for me in America, it would stop with poor cities that can't fix the potholes spending $300 million on a new stadium for a private company that's going to use it. To me, that's the corruption that has to, that's the money that needs to go away, and that would obviously be reflected in the salaries of the athletes as well. But I think that you can separate those two things. I think the corruption of the money and the elitism that leads to making these kind of rock stars out of people that just kick a ball around or what, that's too much. On the other hand, you know what? Pele was pretty awesome. I go to YouTube and I still watch videos of him, and as much as Jimi Hendrix or somebody that could play the guitar, I like watching him play with the soccer, and I'm willing that there should be an industry of supporting thousands of players just to get one Pele. And that there's a beauty to it, of a physical, like how can the body do these things, the human body. And so I think it's a social benefit, and that the corruption of FIFA is, for example, a beautiful thing where Europe, you have something even more corrupt than our organizations, as far as I could tell. Something has to be done about that. But it doesn't mean soccer's not a fun sport, or the fact that soccer you only need a ball, or you can even make one and go out and play it in a dusty field. That's a good social thing. There's kids out there doing that because it's known, because it's been invented.
So that's a problem that in the 80s, I'm sorry, buddy, but in the 80s, soccer heroes developed and grew out of working class neighborhoods, and then went on to be heroes.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. It's like, do we want everybody to be a hero, or do we want everybody to be this kind of mediocre kind of thing going on? That's the real issue going on for me, is
Right.
do we want elitists, or do we want everybody to explore their true potential?
But I think you can have these little superheroes without elitism if there was just more of, well, what if those neighborhoods were also looking for the bright science kid that was winning all the science fairs, and they would follow him too and go, hey, Bristol has created the next Stephen Hawking, and they would be doing that. And oh, look, this girl's really good at sewing, and she's the next fashion. If there was more kinds of heroes, that's the solution. We don't need to attack the limited kinds of heroes, sport heroes, or this or that we have so far. We need to add to them so that we could be proud when really anybody does something special. And I frankly think that this is a way out of elitism, where people that just do their own thing count as special as well. And yet it doesn't mean we can't celebrate people that are like especially great at their sport or their art or their music or their science. I think we can cover all of this. There's enough appreciation to appreciate everybody, and still give people that do something amazing in some little area sort of, a special gold star for, okay, you're good at this particular thing, and we're proud because you came from our town, and we knew when you were 12, wow, you were really good at this. I think that's not tribalism. That's a healthy kind of socialism.
First, I'd like to say that in Ireland we have an interesting arrangement as regards the funding for sport. We have Gaelic games here, which would encompass handball, hurling, and Gaelic football, three of our local sports. Handball is played at an Olympic level, and really Gaelic football and hurling are played pretty much only by us. But in some of the diasporas, which are just populations of Irish people around the globe. But one of the interesting things is that the Gaelic football players and hurlers, well, not really professional ones, but the very the top tier ones who represent their specific counties, don't get paid. There's been a lot of debate about this over the last few decades, but they don't get paid a red cent for what they do. I'm pretty sure most of the stadiums are either owned by the GAA, which is the main organisation of Gaelic games in Ireland, but there are some other locations that I think are owned by the government, but most of it's owned by this particular basically non-profit organisation, which works very differently to organisations in the States. It's not entirely focused on just excellence. There's a general notion, there is a sense of excellence between counties. There's a lot of inter-county rivalry, but it's not as individualistic. It's not about personally being the best person in the world at something. It's much more so about one county defeating another, and that there's a certain it's ironically more healthy perhaps to have that tribalism than to have the individualism, I would argue. The other thing is that I think the competitiveness is just one of many possible narratives that we can lend to any activity that we do. I think the need for narrative is the central driving force behind a lot of this stuff. There needs to be a narrative of challenge, sort of. Otherwise, something seems quite arbitrary and pointless. And so I think that's what's necessary. It doesn't have to become especially elitist. Whatever it is we do physically or mentally just kind of has to have just a little bit of reasoning to it, or a bit of emotion to it, or even instinctual tendencies to it. And I think that as far as sport is concerned, I think one of the things that we're seeing with US sport is a sophistication, or not even a sophistication, a greater degree of complexity to things like the analysis of sport, to the analysis of sport. So things like if you look at television now these days reporting on soccer or American football, especially American football, you'll see that there'll be an in-depth analysis of the particular physical and mental conditions of the different players as inferred by an analyst, and then there'll be an analysis of these different formations of play, and it becomes about as complicated as the study of market economics. Really, it becomes quite extensive. So I think that really what people are kind of craving is something to sink their teeth into, to a degree. Now, preferably it's something that's got intrinsic utility onto itself, which thankfully sport does have. But I think one of the main, even when it has that sort of intrinsic utility, like your exercise machines, it still kind of needs a little bit to think about. The mind can't go to sleep and leave the body to keep exercising. You have to keep both switched on. So there has to be something for the mind to latch onto as well, I think.
Yeah, but where do we draw the line? Where does it end with, some kind of simplistic, non, relevant sportistic realm, and where does it begin with political, socio-economic realm. That's the problem that we have.
I think you're right in terms of the United States uh, and Italy, and even I think sometimes xenophobia is sort of an aspect of football culture in some places, as far as concerns about foreign players coming in and working for different clubs. Though there is perhaps something a little broader to that. Um, it's interesting to see the cultures that sometimes don't even have any intrinsic link to sport, but just end up associated with it. I remember, and I'll admit I watched this. I don't like Russia Today, but sometimes they do put out reasonably good stuff. And one of the things they spoke about once was the use of the American flag and also the use of the American national anthem uh, before American football games. And they said that the anthem and flag need to be displayed and played um, even at high school level for any sort of major game. So that's rather bizarre, to be honest, from my perspective. We only really play the national anthem in my country when we're in the middle of an international game. I think sometimes maybe for county matches, I'm not sure. Um, but for inter-county matches, I'm not totally sure. But that is an issue with nationalism sort of interfering uh, with the sort of purity of sport to a degree, the sort of innocence and accessibility of it. Because what if you're not an American or an Irish person or something like that? Then you might feel like sticking around.
Yeah, I think it's a funny thing. I think there's a judgment call there. I think that is a problem. And yet, if you had your county or college school, I think that amount of tribalism could be cathartic and not necessarily, I don't think it's a slippery slope. I think there's a gradient. But hey, I've got to go because I have people, but I'm going to leave it's just in the loft, so I'm going to leave this open. If you guys want to keep using the room, feel free. And as you wander out or whatever, I'll check in later. And so go for it.
Okay.
All right. Cheers, you guys.
Bye-bye. So, Vivian, tonight, United States of America were beaten by Scotland.
Nice.
I'm a citizen of that country in the sport of rugby, and a country of 5 million beat a country of 300 and whatever the hell million they've managed to,
Yeah.
populate the world with. Who cares?
I think there's something kind of awesome about that, though. Um, the underdog phenomenon of sport is really quite great. Um, I remember hearing recently, and I still have to watch this game. Somebody really recommended that I watch this. The match between Japan and South Africa, now in rugby. Um, and the interesting thing is that, how to put it, basically the Japanese defeated the Springboks, the side for South Africa. Do you think that wouldn't make any sense? Because Japanese men are typically much, much lighter than South African men. And they're typically not as strong and stuff like that. It's amazing to see how when you take these sort of peak athletes, they can outperform one another because they're even if the countries they come from are larger or less powerful or more powerful in some militaristic sort of respect. We can look at the pettiness of, if we want to talk about the Olympics, the pettiness of the Olympics in terms of the sort of Cold War politics that the NATO forces, especially the Americans and the USSR, engaged in, where all of a sudden everything from chess to a race to the moon to Olympic weightlifting became a sort of tit-for-tat exercise in one-upsmanship. That's one of the sort of sillier moments, I think, in human history. And the association with the interesting thing about sport in that regard is that it does often subvert our sense of power, because it focuses more so on performance than on control of society. You can have you can have two states in the US, one which is twice as wealthy as another state, as its opponent, and the poorer state could still win. And that interestingly, I think, sort of subverts the sense of entitlement or the sense of social power by focusing on the physical ability or the other types of ability, like in chess, the mental ability or something like that. So it perhaps speaks volumes of the insecurity of some governments when they become obsessed with trying to be the best at everything, so that people don't start questioning their authority to rule Latin America or Chechnya or wherever the hell it is.
It's an entirely localized phenomenon thing, but which localized authority do you belong to, so to speak?
I've been trying to figure that out, but as an anarchist, I'm not really. I don't really consider myself allied to the state. Obviously, I don't even really sympathise with the political parties here. Thankfully, the political parties are considered quite separate from the sport in this country, which is good. They could, if they wanted to, try to affiliate with it more closely, but it wouldn't. I don't think it would really go down well. There's typically been an attitude of sort of treating sport as very much a no-go area. I guess the odd thing about, if I can speak about this, the odd thing about presenting male in modern society is that one is unfortunately aware that you're sort of supposedly on a certain side in gendered society. You're supposed to either support or defy a certain type of authority that you weren't even aware you were being educated to comply with. That's a very strange sort of phenomenon to realize, I think, in adult life. And so you sort of feel like this is the downside of tribalism and gender politics. You sort of feel like you were born into a political scenario that you didn't at any point consent to. And I can agree with. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I suppose I'm somewhat in agreement with Imendam on this. It is weird that we are sort of born into this political scramble for resources. Thankfully, there's a bit more collectivism in geopolitics these days. Not for every country, but I think after the George Bush, after the Cold War and after George Bush Jr.'s term second term in the U.S. White House, there's been a big pushback against this sort of neo-colonial and neo-conservative sort of stuff of trying to promote one country's interests over another. And people have become more educated over the last while about globalization and so on. Beforehand, relatively few people were especially aware of these trends, but I've noticed in my country at least, people have become a lot more politically savvy about geopolitics in the last few years, whereas beforehand it was just, oh, I hate this war in Iraq crap. I hate this, fighting for oil profit stuff. It's so stupid. And that was a good point, but it wasn't especially nuanced. Whereas now people are considerably better informed, and even down to just your very run-of-the-mill kind of people without a university education. They kind of get that. But also the fact that in general people are better educated on matters of culture and science and so on means that I think it's easier for them to touch base with academic opinions on politics. And I think YouTube and other, sort of mass media websites have been very helpful in that regard. Or sorry, not mass media, file sharing or video streaming sort of websites and blogs and so on have been very helpful in that regard, because it allows lay people to communicate with one another or to get exposure to opinions that otherwise would have been contained in, Berkeley College uh, or Harvard or Yale. There would just it would just be a seminar held by one lecturer, and the general public would never have found out about things like the atomization of society, as discussed by, I'm sure probably not initially by him, but by Noam Chomsky, the sort of fragmentation of society. On the other hand, sorry, I'm going off on a
Hmm.
weird sort of tangent. What were we talking about?
I don't know, but I've enjoyed it. Do you think that the atomization of society is led by, this monogamous, uh, monolinguous perpetuation of the English language? Do you think it is lingual? Do you think it is cultural, or what?
Um, I think it could be partially lingual. Um, I don't understand how monogamy comes into it, but I get what you mean by making an analogy to monogamy. Um, the I think that the English language being offering so much in the way of benefits in capitalism to speak has been very influential in this sort of breakup, and the philosophy of individualism and liberalism that has come out of Great Britain and the United States have and been transmitted through the English language has obviously affected that quite a bit. I have heard that in terms of anarchist thinking and presumably other schools of ultra-left radicalism, um, that outside of the English language there's a lot of material that's actually quite revolutionary. Um, in the French language and in German, there's a pretty strong anarchist population in Germany. Um, there's generally a more subversive sort of attitude. I think the weird thing about being in the English-speaking language and speaking English as your first language is that you do kind of get hammered with all of these conformist ideas really heavily, and you can get prescribed identities that really do accommodate commercialization to I'd argue probably a greater extent than even a German-speaking person. Um, it's very odd the extent to which being in the Anglosphere, for lack of a better term, does tie one down to this atomized identity. On the other hand, I think it's great in terms of getting past gender problems. I think it's harder to work within Romance languages like Spanish and French. English is also a Romance language, but Spanish and French and German, insofar as they do use gendered language for a lot of things. Gendered. I don't know. Would it be pronouns before words? I don't know. Un and so on. That does make it more difficult. I think the problem with Anglo-American culture and generally English-speaking culture right now is that it's sort of dealing with the hangover from Woodstock, if you will. It's sort of dealing with the after effects of a very wild party where Generation X tried to upheave, all of this stuff and they got rid of some things, but not quite everything. And there are some people who want this party to keep going, and then there are other people who just want to take a rest for a while. Um, we sort of destroyed a lot of the social fabric. Admittedly, a lot of the social fabric was quite abusive, but the additional the side effect of this is that people really didn't have as much to connect with. I think one of the interesting things that I've been reflecting on a lot recently is the difficulty for Irish people around my age who grew up in a religious sort of culture, and then, or at the very end of this type of religious culture, and now there's really not very much belief in it at all for people our age. And I'm an atheist now. I won't be going back for very good reasons. But it's strange when you don't have that sort of touchstone that you can feel solidarity with your fellow man or your fellow resident of your country about when the things that would normally offer solidarity just alienate you. You don't feel, if somebody knocks on your door and says, hey, could I tell you about Jesus Christ or something? You'd think to yourself, Jesus Christ, no, get the fuck away from me. I don't want anything to do with you. I'd rather, if I see you on the street, I'm walking to the other side. That's how it is. So you don't socially engage with these people because there are adverse consequences to associating with such people, unfortunately, and associating with such beliefs. Not to, be mean-spirited against Christians, but some of the more nutty ones can be a little unpleasant to be around.
But do you still think that in your culture there is cultural, problems that exist? There might not be problems against Christians, etc. But do you think that there may be problems with gender and gender identity and so on?
Oh yeah. Having worked with a lot of transgender people, and having seen how we just got a gender recognition bill through this year in Ireland, but also how limited it was by comparison to what we wanted, what myself and the other volunteers I worked with wanted. One of the main problems is trying to communicate to an older generation who don't want to think about these topics, what the needs of the public are. That they don't get it. Their attitude is you try to talk to them, and then they have a block. And there are two types of block in this way. There's the first blockage is the cognitive dissonance, in a way that says this contradicts the attitude that I would have before of just not talking about this sort of stuff. So that's actually sometimes a sign of progressivism in some people, because a lot of people who grew up in sort of Catholic Ireland sort of culture would have decided, okay, this person's gay or something like that. I'm just not going to talk about that. I don't have to know. I don't have to talk about it. I don't have to judge them. I don't have to say anything. I'm not needed to do anything. Now, all of a sudden, those people are required to engage with these topics that they've gotten into a lot of practice in not engaging with, because not engaging with them meant that A, they kept their nose out of trouble, and B, they didn't implicate somebody who, as far as they were concerned, was innocent. So they're not necessarily bad people for making this mistake, but what's required of them has now changed. The second point is that they're still worried about the social implications of that, of advocating on behalf of a minority population that people don't necessarily understand, or that seems risque. So there's a reason why the Gender Recognition Act came through after the gay marriage, after the same-sex marriage stuff came through. First off, there was proof that the general public had an approval of the LGBTQ, which is important. And secondly, there was there was an opportunity to sort of put this stuff through quietly, because a lot of the conservative, a lot of the press had already, kind of told the public, hey, here's this month's news about all the LGBTQ stuff. They could just sort of push it under, because the press aren't going to make huge waves out of that sort of story, because the readership will be exhausted reading the same stuff along the same lines. So there's an advantage there. Now, what they've done is they've put in a policy where they're going to review that legislation over time to potentially add a bit more inclusive language to it. But I'll not get too caught up on that. In terms of shall we say, sort of traditional sexism, that's a problem here. It's a problem like it is in kind of everywhere. But there are two reasons why it's different in Ireland. Actually, three reasons. First, we have a culture that deifies, or at least celebrates, a figure called Queen Maeve. Maeve is a historical figure, or a figure of legend in Irish folklore. In fact, of course, you probably heard the term era before, or
Yep.
era and stuff like that. These are all names derived from Maeve. Era is seen as another name for Maeve. And so the island was for a time, or at least the state was for a time, named after her. So there's not as much sort of hostility to this notion of matriarchy. It's slightly different. The other thing, and arguably the greatest difficulty in Irish society in relation to gender equality, is that most of our schools are segregated by sex.
Really? Still?
Oh yeah.
Today?
Oh yeah, still. Yes, today, this very instant. Okay, not this very instant, because it's a bit early and they're probably not out of school right now. But primary and secondary schools are usually segregated by sex, yes. And they're usually church-run as well. So we're a bit in the past as regards some of this stuff. We haven't modernized it as much as a lot of places. Perhaps modernized slightly more than the French. The French supposedly have the same education system as they've had since I don't know how long, but for hundreds and hundreds of years at this point. But the how to put it?
There seems to be a lack of social progression, but there is not a lack of corporate progression.
Corporate progression?
In Google having offices in Ireland in order to avoid paying taxes elsewhere, and so on.
Yeah, the problem with the taxes thing, I'll go into the third point, but I'll first explain that, is that actually it doesn't create nearly as much employment as people make it out to. Basically, it creates employment for some people who happen to have qualifications in IT. There are quite a few vacancies and quite a few opportunities to find work in that field, from what I hear. But it's not necessarily the type of sector I can see the economy being so much reliant on, which is maybe a good thing. We'll end up diversifying into we'll still have to diversify. We have a lot of employment in pharmaceuticals and so on, and I'm sure that's affected by the corporate tax rate probably as well. Basically, high-tech industry is very much interested in that sort of stuff. But you'll find that they're very much interested in things like intellectual property rights and so on, anything they can use to maximize their profits through legislative means, because they're very much dependent on specific legislation. In terms of Google and stuff like that, this brings me to the third point as well. The odd thing about Ireland is that we try super hard to be this like really crazy type of progressive, sexually liberal society. And so we've had a lot of problems with how I think pornography influences how men see women. and stuff like that. I think that that's become a big issue. And really, there's a great sort of confusion in Irish society. There's a very different type of femininity in Irish society, I think, from other places. I know that might sound a bit maybe selective as a statement, but I think it's true. I think Irish women are very distinct and very different from women in other countries. There are ways in which they're quite similar, but they reflect some mannerisms of British women. But there's a very different sort of old-timey sort of attitude to them, and in ways I think it's funny to see the generational gap between women of different generations. There's a very staunch gap even between women just born 20 years apart. That's very pronounced. So it's a little tricky to see how that will manifest. I think as regards my generation, I see, or at least for women slightly younger than myself, I see a very massive divide. You get your very well-intentioned but sometimes quite traditionalist type of women who aren't misogynistic against themselves, but they try super hard to be well-intentioned, and they can end up world-weary quite quickly. And then you get your slightly less stable women, I think, who try to go like, oh yeah, I'm with all the modern stuff, and I'm with all the with all the self-expression, and they try to get into sort of every sort of social trend, and it's a little different with them. I think the odd thing is that there isn't a stable sort of surefire way to get in to get in the good books of people, because there isn't a unifying trend like Catholicism or sport or something like that. A lot of women and men now sort of try to jump to whatever sort of thing is in the news, or whatever sort of thing appears to be popular at a given moment. And so I think that there's becoming, in Ireland at least in particular, there's the beginnings of a very unusual type of divide between the very critically thinking and not so critically thinking people. It's wider. It's maybe not as wide a divide as in the United States, where, from what I gather, there are some super skeptical people in the United States, like the Lukowskis, and then you get your dyed-in-the-wool patriots who are all about that. Here you go, Joe. Who to say? All about Ron Paul, or all about what's his name, Cruz, or whoever else.
Some kind of crazy person, I understand what you're saying, and it's the same in Scotland. It's we are beholden to the Scottish National Party, which is to any reasonable extent a right-wing party, but we are supposed to believe they're left-wing and they're socialist and everything else. But really, they're a right-wing party. They're based upon imposing rules upon people, upon what they should do and how they should do it and when they should do it, and so on and so forth. But they're masquerading behind this entire facade of being, Scottish, and hence they must be left-wing, and they must be for freedom, and they must be for social freedom, and economic rules towards the elite and so on. But to me, it seems like the same situation in Scotland as is going on in the Republic of Ireland, because we have these right-wingers determining what our laws should be based upon what tradition is, and it's very simplistic analysis of the situation. But I think it is very accurate analysis.
I would say that I hadn't heard that description of the Scottish National Party before, but I suppose it doesn't surprise me because we've had similar criticisms of Sinn Féin in Ireland. Supposedly the really hard-boiled nationalists and socialists, but they're not really that nationalists. Sorry, they're not. Well, they are nationalists, but they're not really socialists. In Northern Ireland, they helped implement austerity there, so they're really not the same as the more committed socialist parties. It is considered a hallmark of it's a good sign that people associate national freedom or other types of freedom with economic freedom now. That's a good thing. Even the Americans seem to be beginning to see the connection, but they unfortunately that has to be reframed from the free market sort of understanding of economic freedom. The interesting thing, I think, is that we have the same. I mean, we've really seen the same thing with the Labour Party in the Republic of Ireland. Sinn Féin aren't in government here, but the Labour Party in Ireland are not true socialists. They're the same as the Labour Party in Great Britain in that respect. Very good at trying to appeal to moderates. To moderate would-be leftists, as we call them, smoked salmon socialists or champagne socialists. We don't really. They're very good at appealing to that particular segment, very large segment of the bourgeoisie who feel guilty for being bourgeoisie, but still want to have all the same rights and entitlements to all the amounts of property that they've accrued. And were in many cases instrumental in creating the current crisis we're in, because they were the people who were buying their second houses that they didn't need and were taking out ridiculous amounts of debt. And whereas I hate to reference him, but as Charlie Haughey put it, living well beyond their means, to paraphrase him. Charlie Haughey, by the way, is one of our most infamous politicians. He was a real bastard. He introduced a lot of corruption into Irish politics, or at least appeared to have introduced it, or exacerbated it at any rate. I think that the real problem with socialism is that you do get people who say they're about socialism because they want attention. They do. They do it just because they want approval. They think, oh yeah, I'm cool. I'm a socialist. I think smoking pot is okay. I think, all this sort of stuff. It's the typical Generation X kind of thing of saying, I'm in with the cool kids. I'm part of the it crowd. I'm cool with everything. Oh yeah, sure. I'm a feminist. Is one of the more common ones I'm coming across these days from people who aren't feminists. People who have really, really offensive opinions, actually, but they claim to be feminists, and they say, "Oh well, I'm about feminism." You see, I think stripping is an appropriate, expression of, or strippers are liberated women who, get to express their sexuality, which for some reason happens to perfectly mirror masculine sexuality. You see a lot of people who just bullshit in that regard when they get into ideology like that. That's the difficulty. I don't have the Marxist perspective that says ideology in general is bad, but I do doubt the credibility of. I do think that it has to be done for its own sake and not for egocentric purposes. And there are too many people who do say, "Oh, I'm about the refugees," for example. Not because they believe in an open borders policy, which thankfully is something that's beginning to be discussed in terms of the current refugee crisis from Syria, or because I'm against imperialism, which has also been a talking point from the side of the people who are worried about taking in so many refugees. they'd say, ship them off to, I hate to say it, but to Britain and to the United States, because it was Britain and the United States who helped destabilize southern Iraq and northern Syria during the Iraq War. They caused this. The Americans specifically exacerbated it through their drone strikes. They just kept, poking that bear. So why don't we ship all of the Syrians over there to America? Because the Americans seem to care so much about their well-being. Why can't they take on all of these Syrian refugees?
Because Syria doesn't have any oil, my friend, and that's the main problem with it. But I agree with you on a lot of points there. I totally do. But in the same sense, it's like, why should Americans take on board some Syrians? Well, maybe because they bombed them for years on end. But why have Americans bombed them for years on end? Because the British have bombed them for years. And that's the problem. We create problems and then we discover problems that exist beyond that. But it's because of those entire creation of problems that they exist in the first place. We're continually seeking for solutions to problems that we have created. I think that is the problem.
Yes, but I think that's that growing out of our imperfections, like torn muscle, is very much of benefit to us. For example, if you take an American institution, globalization, that was famously trumpeted quite a lot by Bill Clinton, it's had an interesting impact in that the inequality that has stemmed from it has inspired a lot of people towards solidarity with China, of all places, and coffee growers in Latin America, even if they're not from Asia or Latin America. There's a sort of collective awareness, because we're not getting screwed just at a local level anymore. People are becoming aware that not only were their jobs taken away and sent to Mexico, but the Mexican workers are being paid maybe a third of what they were being paid. There's a general sort of counterculture that's developing, and it's developing on an international scale, on a global scale, I think. And that's good. It's funny because the one thing you can always rely on feminists and socialists to do is to produce an antithesis to capitalism. Whatever capitalism comes out with, they'll have an antithesis. They come out with it very quickly. And of course that's where Marxism comes from, but they just they keep doing that with at a pretty fast pace, at a faster pace, I dare say, than the capitalists can come up with theories that benefit themselves, even though they manage to produce quite a shocking amount of bullshit. For example, there was a documentary I saw the other night in an open-air cinema where there was somebody talking about sustainability as being a Marxist principle, and they were complaining about environmentalism. They were saying, "Oh yeah, well, you don't want. Why would you care about, sustainability of the environment? Don't you know that's a Marxist principle for commies who want to control your life and take away your freedom?" It was very very funny, but they do just come up with this total crap. But if their crap becomes well enough known, the socialists will just will respond to it pretty sharply. They've gotten better, thankfully, at kind of ignoring some of the stuff they don't have to talk about. So if somebody says something phenomenally stupid, there used to be a point where when I was on YouTube earlier, I used to deal with whatever kind of stupid query somebody came out with. If somebody said something absolutely outrageous, I used to feed the troll before we were aware of the existence of trolls. before we had the word troll, at least, and sort of saying, no, but that's wrong for this reason and that reason, because I didn't really get it. But yeah, I think that the key point is that the key point that I'm trying to make is that other people won't really engage in this. They just want to they just want to appear to be a liberal or conservative or whatever type of person, because it's socially advantageous for them. I have a friend of mine who's a neoconservative,
Yeah.
which might sound a little weird, but especially in Ireland, because we don't have them in Ireland usually. They're
Oh,
like,
you do.
oh, maybe we do, but they're very rare. You might get the occasional pro-Israel person, but not a traditional neoconservative very often. They're actually quite rare. Said we, that's a mistake. But the interesting thing is, I think she doesn't really get it that if she grew up in Saudi Arabia with all of the conditioning to believe in all of the really regressive things that they believe in, if she was reinforced for that, if people looked on her more favorably and it made it easier for her to get a job, or it made it easier for her to make friends, or whatever else, she might very well be she might very well accept these concepts. And sure, it speaks to the lack of integrity of many people, but unfortunately that's what the general public is comprised of. As Winston Churchill once put it, there is no greater indictment for democracy than spending 15 minutes talking to the average voter. They're not in it because they believe in anything or disbelieve in anything. They're in it because they're reinforced for saying and thinking certain things.
Yeah, it's more about disbelief than it is about belief, or more about, rationality. It's entirely more about disbelief.
Well, yeah. If you're arguing from the burden of proof, yeah, things are more about disbelief. I suppose now it's funny that there really isn't, without the social pulls towards a particular ideology, there is a gap certainly in Irish society, and I'm confident it's in other cultures as well. There's a lack of certainty. You don't know what to believe in anymore. I certainly don't know what to believe in anymore.
You just believe in whatever your tribe says you should believe in. I watched a video on YouTube recently about how evil and sinister left-handed people were, and obviously we're left-handed, and obviously we're sinister because that's what sinister means, and devoid of racial or cultural or hair color or whatever differences there will always be a difference. So, and hence, these differences should not mean anything to us, but they still do to people. And if they still do to people, it means that we have to deal with the situation that people do care about these minute and seemingly insignificant differences between us.
Hmm. Um, yes, I mean, people do care about these differences. Unfortunately, the interesting thing is that there is a utility to a lot of there is a utility to certain beliefs, and the funny thing is that even when you get to an academic level, there's still a kind of tribalism, and one of the key problems in contemporary academia with is that people will say the thing that is popular in their institution, one of the things that I've kind of noticed, that I noticed during a seminar that a friend of mine was presenting at in literary theory, was the degree to which the politics of the college and its funding policies affected the perceptions of these literary scholars. They really resented any mention of philosophy because their tribe, if you will, their contingent, their department had been defunded, in a manner of speaking, or not even defunded, something that they had previously had exclusive rights to because they raised the money themselves initially, had been given partially to the philosophy department in their college. And so they kept trying to, say how they didn't have anything to do. We're nothing like those philosophy majors. We're nothing like those. Well, we don't say majors really in Ireland, but we're nothing like those philosophy students. No, we're literary scholars. We're totally different. Even though what they were talking about was very similar to philosophy and psychology as academic topics on things like semantics and other aspects of language. Unfortunately, then they tried to find the most unpopular thoughts in unpopular logic in psychology and philosophy, with the exception of Marxism. They took some reference from that. A little bit from political philosophy, which thankfully is sometimes, luckily for them, is sometimes seen as more a matter of sociology, and it's still in philosophy, but often people look at it separately to other aspects of philosophy. I think that's I think that it's funny to see how the ebb and flow of economics impacts how people see things. So, for example, with the Americans, they developed this neoconservatism to facilitate economic stability because they had to go to Iraq, and they had to. It's not a matter of should they have gone. They actually had to in order to stabilize the petrodollar, because Saddam Hussein was considering, or at least I've heard Saddam Hussein was considering changing the currency he would accept for payment, as payment for his petroleum, for his crude oil, in €2. Or it could have been any other currency. It would have been pretty much equally disastrous for the Americans, maybe slightly worse if it were rubles. But because their currency is stabilized by the fact that people use it to pay for crude oil, their currency doesn't really devalue over time. And so after the Iraq War, there was a lot of talk of returning to the gold standard of US currency. But the key thing is, or at least that would be my explanation for that, the thing is, all of this notion of US exceptionalism and Western exceptionalism and the purity of the Anglosphere and of liberal democracy and so on, came about very much in relation to trying to maintain control over places like Latin America and the Middle East. It was about trying to maintain economic control. So it was because the countries were being reinforced for their perceptions and behaviors that they maintained and extended and sophisticated these beliefs. So it works not only just at an individual level, but at a wider societal level as well. And in Ireland, basically what happened is we've been trying to pay off our debts and talk about, how we're all part of Europe now and so on, because we're hoping that if we kiss enough ass, basically the rest of Europe will like us. And they'll, of course, the Greeks won't like us because they consider us as having helped sell them up the Swanee, but the Germans might like us, and that's nice, for the Germans and French to like us, so that maybe they'll help out this poor wee little defensive, effectively helpless island, or at least we see ourselves as helpless. And that's rather pathetic. It's a sort of learned helplessness and attention-seeking behavior, but we're hoping that it pays off. And yeah, that's just how it goes. We've also begun to extend our connections, or capitalize at least as much as we can, or try to begin capitalizing on our diasporas, our networks of Irish people or Irish descendants abroad. So that's
Yeah.
something else we've been doing. We've been we don't give a shit about our integrity. Integrity is out the window. National
Of
integrity,
course.
national identity is out the window.
These intentions of integrity and national identity are out the window for everyone. As long as we can capitalize upon, those identities themselves. That's the horrible irony of it, is that, we can play ourselves big in the global sphere, but, we are dependent upon people believing on those delusions. And that's the problem of nationalism. It's the problem of tribalism, is that we believe, we are best because people believe that we are the best, and that's what, me as a British person, living in Britain, is dependent upon, that we are somehow, some way, superior to Ireland, we're superior to continental Europe, and we're superior to the Americas because, why? Because we're British, that's why. And, those persons living in this country are better than those persons living in other countries. And we attempt to portray that image of us as being better. And the thing is, the same goes for any other country in the world as well.
Yeah, a friend of mine from Australia very much remarked that recently when I was talking to him. He sees the same thing. His attitude is, well, it's always the same kind of nationalism. It's the same motif or the same old tune, except we replace Ireland with Taiwan or Britain with Poland. It's the same thing. And he's right. I mean, that's not to devalue the fact that there are a load of wonderful little nuances about all of these different cultures, and that's the sort of thing that's important to hang on to. But ironically, I think as we try to prove that we're the best, we sometimes end up sacrificing what we believed was important in order to assert ourselves. So we sort of shoot ourselves in the foot while trying to justify our own existence.
Such as tribalism, my friend.
Yeah. A tribe goes to war with another tribe because it wants to assert dominance over that tribe and prove how significant it is, and maybe they get destroyed in the process. It can happen. And in a way, I think with Britain, one of the interesting things is that it's had to lose a lot of its cultural identity over time. I hate to say this, but I find British culture rather generic. Even more generic than American culture, if I'm being totally frank.
I completely agree with that. It's just like it's French, it's Germanic, it's Normandistic. It's completely it's like this kind of curmudgeon. This I don't know what the Prince of Wales referred to it as, but I completely agree. It's just that this hodgepodge of identities, hodgepodge of cultures, It's a hodgepodge of everything. And that is what is important to me, is the language. I'm speaking English, as much standard English as you can imagine from a person. Um, and that's what's important. The language more than the culture, the language more than the identity, and the flags, and so on and so forth. That is what is more important than anything else.
Hmm. That's interesting. I have heard. I mean, that's one of the things that the literary scholars and a lot of sort of post-structuralist philosophers would be big into these days. The emphasis on language. I'm not really of the same opinion. I'm a structuralist. I really think that um, that understand that you can really understand the cognitive processes kind of in isolation, and how they're represented in language isn't necessarily as important. But I think that I very much think that sorry, just a sec. That language, of course, serves a purpose, as I said before, in terms of gender. That certainly plays a role depending on how each language refers to these things. Um, I find it kind of strange, if I dare say so, how different socioeconomic classes talk about, well, speak English. Um, I'm sure it's probably reflected in other, or I'm confident it's probably reflected in other languages as well. But in English, the interesting thing is that you get really, really terrible forms of English spoken by certain people. Um, and the interesting the interesting thing about this is that I think there's an effort to, uh, on the part of working class people sometimes, to subvert language, because they see language as the thing that oppresses them. It's the medium by which uh, the medium by which the rationalizations for their being cheated out of something that they feel they should have, or being told that they shouldn't have something, or being encouraged to suffer for some reason, is, as I said, is rationalized. So if they could only not have language, that would be great. That's the sort of utopian notion, I think, that a lot of proletarians sometimes seem to have. They seem to have this notion of, well, I'm
That's
not
the
going to use
dream.
your. That's the dream, yeah. But we need language, in addition to being this thing that, you know, can be used to subjugate us. It can also be used for useful purposes, and it can also be used, I believe, to set us free. There are a lot of written texts, like "To Kill a Mockingbird," for example, which contradict hierarchy. Um, that is at least hierarchy that a lot of people would now believe is inappropriate. There was a time when people really didn't think that racism wasn't appropriate. I don't need to tell you that. I understand you already know that, but I just wanted to reference. Um, it's these sort of there is an advantage to language, and I think the difference is to distinguish between an intellectually honest person and a spin doctor. And I think for a lot of people, they just give up trying to discern. They just say, they just get cynical, and their attitude is something along the lines of, well, you know, it's all bullshit.
I agree. I agree. So, what can we do in order to um, demolish or deconstruct this hierarchical perspective of control?
Um, well, I think that uh, the first thing to do is to not associate what's said with the person who says it so much. There's too much of a focus in academia, for example, on peer review at times, although that's necessary. There's too much of a focus on who says what, and that's not really useful all the time. Sometimes it's better to focus on what is being said. So when you have hierarchy in that circumstance, who's speaking becomes an awful lot more important. The specifics of what command is given or what supposed truth is being prescribed is not as relevant as the fact that whoever's telling me something outranks me, or they have a PhD and I don't, or I went to college and some other people didn't. That doesn't mean that somebody who didn't go to college doesn't know something that I don't. But if we become overly reliant on on this notion of who is speaking, then we end up with this more hierarchical arrangement. I think that the solution then is to become more specific on when we're speaking, to try to use correct English where possible. In Dublin, in particular, you can see a fantastic divide. In some parts of Dublin, we speak allegedly the best English in the world, but in other parts of Dublin, there's typically some of the most broken English, at least in the British Isles. And there's a lot of reliance on trying to insinuate things within the working class. When I deal with them, sometimes they try to talk along the lines of an awareness of who they're speaking to, or trying to they'll say things along the lines of, "Oh, do you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?" and stuff like that. It's not, they're not saying anything particular, because of course if they said something specific, then they might be implicated by what they say, which is not desirable. That's one of the problems.
But that's a tribal problem. That's something that ascends beyond these differences that we have based upon where we're born on different islands upon this world and so on. That's one of these things that, as George Bernard Shaw said, your patriotism is your conviction that your country is better than all others because you were born in it. It's one of these problems that we have as individual human beings, that people will always believe that the tribe they are born in or the country that they are born in is better than all others purely because they were born within that culture. So how do we evolve beyond that point of view? Is my question.
Yeah, I think that what we need in that circumstance, at least especially approaching it from the perspective of language and different languages, is a reliance on technical understanding. I think one of the hallmarks of the modern age, of the age of computing and the age of rather advanced science that we now live in, is that people have become aware and fixated on not superstition, but on the physical needs and the psychological needs of themselves and other people. We have research now that discusses very abstract concepts of human psychology in quantifiable values. We've gotten to that stage of analysis now where the subjectivity of the language is not really as important anymore. It's not as subjective anymore. We can put forward our case that this person is feeling anxious, and we know the exact neurochemical reason why they're feeling the way they do. And we have this proof via numerous case studies and other things. It becomes
Yeah, so the
scientists.
point where we're deciding between application of scientific understandings of these things versus rhetorical applications of these things instead.
Yes, or yes, very much so. We don't build understanding. We don't build language without understanding. We're not just creating, we're not just window dressing reality with some fancy words. We're actually using language to refer to stuff we've established is, for lack of a better term, real. And because we've started to do that, it's possible to confirm or deny in a lot of cases whether someone is telling the truth. And it's not about whether or not if they're a leading politician or if they're even a scientific authority. It's more so a matter of what proof they can offer us.
And then we get to the very, very nuanced point of what is rhetorical and what is, scientific. That's what it comes down to, and that is I think the issue in which we are all upon stuck.
Hmm. Um, well, I don't really see rhetoric as an intrinsically bad thing. I suppose I suppose you would make the same distinction between rhetoric and science as I would make between authentic complexity and sophistication, which I see as superficial complexity.
Yeah.
I suppose you're right. There's a possibility to just associate things with rhetoric that wouldn't really be associated in research. And there's a possibility, especially when rhetoric is involved, to manipulate people on an emotional level, which is difficult. Now, we require emotions in order to confirm or deny things. If we affirm something, that means, I know this might sound a little overly florid, but it means we're happy about it, we're happy with it, it is ethically or metaphysically correct. But it is real in some manner of speaking. But if somebody can, spin a news story in a certain way as to get a certain emotion, that's quite important. Another thing is to add sophistication to make things needlessly complex or needlessly ambiguous as well. I'll give two examples of that that were recently in the news. First, the refugee crisis, where depending on which news source you look at, you'll see emotional manipulation or you'll see sort of emotional associations of refugees as kind of being almost like criminals. And then in other circumstances, you'll see, pictures of babies and people talking about, oh, what do you think of the poor suffering babies and stuff like that all the time. And that's the other side of it. Regardless of intentions, a lot of the techniques are the same. The other issue, of course, is the story of David Cameron that has recently come out about him. I'm not going to window dress this with a bunch of florid language, sticking his dick in a dead pig.
Yeah.
Which I think has got to be one of the most awesome stories I've ever heard. I just think it's fucking brilliant. But I mean, the thing about that story that I'd like to draw attention to was a news report by Channel 4. Now, Channel 4 News, in my estimation, are a pretty good news program. I've always thought they were one of the better news programs when I was growing up. But when they were reporting on this story, they went out of their way, absolutely out of their way, to try to keep the language at least a little bit vague to avoid people figuring out exactly the graphic details. And then they started blaming Ashcroft, I forget his first name, who leaked this story. That was, or revealed this story, and started attacking his integrity. And then they had this imagery of a child throwing toys out of a pram and used that as a description for what Ashcroft was doing. And generally, they just try to engage in emotional manipulation and associations that would discredit the statements.
They are frivolous, yes. It's like we agreed with the Lord Ashcroft polls when it was about Scottish independence from the United Kingdom, but we disagreed with them in other terms. It's always this way in which the elitists are treated with this veneer of sincerity and accuracy, because we are a classist nation. We're a classist tribe, and I would hope that it was not the way in most other nations, but that is the way of things. I have no control over how other nations deem things or consider things to be, and that's the problem of the individual, unfortunately. And the individuals are very, very few and far between.
I think yes, it is seen in other cultures, and in fact, I know a story from Man and His Symbols by Carl Jung, where somebody discusses a tribe that basically believed that it didn't have dreams or didn't talk about its having dreams. So I think it was Carl Jung himself who asked these men in the tribe what they dreamt about, and they said they didn't have dreams. And after a bit of further questioning, they revealed that they had dreams, but that their dreams were not of any significance. That instead the dreams of the tribal elders were of significance, because they literally thought that mode of thinking was not the preserve of them. It was what their thoughts were not important, as far as dreams were concerned. The interesting thing is, when we think about who these village elders were, they were the rulers or leaders of their respective nation. But these village elders were then questioned, and the village elders said that they had seen a decline in more meaningful dreams of theirs when the British arrived and started colonizing their territory, or around their territory. Now, what I think about that is that basically these people whose privilege to have their dreams taken seriously, or to have their consciousness respected, saw themselves as no longer being the dominant persons in their society, not the sort of apex predator, if you will. And as such, they believed that it was sort of the Western dream, the British dream, and now people might say the American dream, that in other contexts that defines the society. That's or can be considered relevant. or at any rate, their dreams in particular aren't relevant anymore. So I think the key thing is that if we look at certainly Western society, the problem is that the average person is attacked in terms of their self-esteem a lot. And we used to make a big deal about it in terms of women, but I think now that this these recessions have gone on for as long as they have, and now that we're out of them, the recoveries have been so slow, and unemployment has been so high, we're beginning to see the impact on men as well. The sort of low self-esteem that comes from capitalism during its declines. And that, I think, really bites at people. It makes it harder for one to rationalize that one's own thoughts, be they subversive or in some other way meaningful, carry any sort of weight.
Yeah, I agree. From a utilitarianist point of view, perhaps this way that you are perhaps critical of is a better way of doing things because less people are harmed and so on and so forth. But there are groups of people that are harmed more than they are traditionally harmed, and that may be a problem for those groups of people. But those groups of people should really consider the privilege that they have, i.e. the white, straight, heterosexual group and so on, above others, and why they should not have those perspectives and why they should not have those privileges above other people purely based upon which gender they are born within, which race they are born within, and so on and so forth. And that is why I'm for this whole multiculturalism experiment that we are having in this modern age, is because people are free to experiment within these things, and experimentation leads to better results than dogma.
I think that. Sorry, am I audible? Yes, I am. Okay. I think the interesting thing about multiculturalism as we've seen it is the subversion of the hierarchies within these different groups. So if you look at African populations and Asian populations, they have hierarchies the same. Well, they don't function necessarily exactly the same as Western hierarchies, but they do exist. And there's often sometimes a false dichotomy of seeing, the pre-colonial world as being free, as having been necessarily totally free, and the rest of it. But hierarchies do emerge around the world anyway.
Yeah.
It's the advantage of having this sort of multiculturalism, at least for now, is that while there's unfortunately a lot of hierarchy that's brought in from different cultures, if one society has already dealt with that type of hierarchy, such as sexism, to a significant extent, they're going to continue trying to peel that back. So if you take problems in Asian society, for example, as regards sexism, people in the West are often highly critical of that. And I think as the Japanese, for example, and the Chinese integrate into Western society, they're going to have to come to terms with a cultural shift over time. I think that there's a potentially positive influence that the West can contribute in that regard. But there are other aspects that are important to consider. Some of the collectivist attitudes of Asian society, for example, might actually be quite helpful to the West if we can find a way of making use of that. It would be at least an interesting counterbalance to the fanatical consumerist individualism that we've encountered, that we've been encountering thus far. If we could get back on, if we could get back to a sort of collectivist mold, I think that could help. And the sort of counter-globalization perspective that I discussed before kind of does come into it, where I think the integration of these different communities does help. The problem is that the problem is that a lot of these groups do specifically want specific people in their populations, and it's harder for, as much as the privileged communities might like to include in these different groups, they often don't want to include in people from the majority groups. And that's understandable, you know, that it's for the same reasons that it's difficult to get the majorities to accept people. But it does stand in the way of progress. Case in point, in Ireland at the moment, there's some debate over possibly relocating a bunch of homeless people, because we have a massive homelessness problem right now, to the countryside. Specifically moving people from Dublin, possibly other major cities, to major by Irish standards, to the countryside, to especially underpopulated counties with basically estates filled with houses that are empty because they've gone into the possession of banks or the possession of the state after the bank bailouts, and as a result, they're not really being used by anybody. So in theory, the state has the authority and the property to just give these homes into the possession, though not ownership, of a load of homeless people who need them. I remember hearing on the radio a person from County Louth, I think, who was complaining about this because he wants. He didn't specifically state this, but he was just about managing to hold back his incredible xenophobia for people from Dublin. He seemed to really just want people who grew up in Louth, who grew up in his county, who were related to the people he was related to, or the families that he already was familiar with to an extent. That he was already on friendly terms with. That's the odd thing. Some people just want to turn back the clock. These parts of the country, by the way, of Ireland, are becoming incredibly underpopulated, like hugely so. There's probably there isn't any industry there, and agriculture as an industry has become very competitive. So only a few people can do it. It doesn't require the same number of people to do because of the common agricultural policy and the general, globalization. It's not as easy to rationalize staying there.
Yeah.
So a lot of the younger people just move out and they don't come back. They might visit, but they don't come back. So this is creating a problem in terms of both public amenities like hospitals and ambulance services and so on, having difficulty, supplying smaller populations or rationalizing supplying smaller populations, and schooling as well being an issue. But even the private amenities like banks are moving out or considering moving out of less populated areas because they're just becoming so incredibly depopulated. It's literally not worth the money anymore.
Yeah, it's this problem of the fact that we are more automated in society towards doing these jobs that would traditionally be done by people, whether they be adults or children, are being done by robots and automation and so on. It's one of these problems of capitalism in the sense that, as Buckminster said, yeah, there's there's fewer work to be done by more automated processes, and hence, how are those people that were there to earn money and to earn wealth to be able to spend on things, to be able to earn money and to be able to earn wealth to spend upon those things? So it becomes this stage where we're at, people have to live in order to work, in order to earn, in order to survive, whereas we should be looking upon, you know, what can we do in order to survive, in order to live, in order to create the economy that we want to see existing upon this planet. And that is the problem that we have in this day and age. And it's a problem that is not addressed by modern economics. It's a problem that's not addressed by, the right wing in the United States of America or anywhere else in the world. And it's not a problem that's addressed by the left wing
Yeah,
in the modern economy
yeah.
in the world.
So there's kind of two things though, because one of them is the automation and the need for labor and what kind of labor, but a totally separate thing is this issue of people, like this current migration to the cities. Throughout history, there's been times when people moved to the city. Well, right now it's a little bit different. It's like if you have any ambition at all, then you have to move towards the city. You have TV, you're exposed to what's, available. You can't just be in the country and be satisfied with that and never be exposed to these other temptations or material opportunities that you have. You're going to know them because of the internet, TV, all of this. So it's sort of separate. There's the automation, but then when you're talking about homeless people in a city where it's going to be the most expensive place to support people if they're being supported by the state, it's going to be the harshest, least forgiving and understandable place to be without money. You can't park your car. You can't, you can't take the so-called public transportation, at least in the U.S., without
Well,
money.
we're assuming that these
We've
countries
got to
have
get people out of the city is what I was about to say.
Well, we're assuming that these countries have systems in place in order to deal with homeless people and so on and so forth. Well, the infrastructure and so on, that we do have in Western countries, including the United States of America, that have to deal with these situations, or ideally would deal with these situations. But where do we go from there? I mean, oil is going to run out in like 25 years. Where do we go from there? Oil took place of slavery, and when oil runs out, where do we go from there? And I'm wondering personally, if Western civilizations are running back into feudalism in order to deal with these situations, or whether we should move or progress beyond them.
I think that we're seeing more widespread, we will eventually see more widespread ownership of the means of production. And we're beginning to see that with the international popularity of 3D printing. I think that really in the long run, we'll see a greater degree of individual freedom when it comes to economics, when it comes to the means of production. I think that because people are sufficiently culturally educated now, and I project that they're going to continue to get culturally educated, they would resist very vehemently a reintroduction of chattel slavery. Unfortunately, though, slavery has grown quite considerably as international populations grown. Slave populations have grown. And that's a very big problem. And then we have issues, of course, with wage slavery, which is sort of the contemporary expression, certainly in the First World. We don't really how to put this? We will eventually run out of oil. I think, to be honest, we'll probably end up preserving quite a lot of it for the fabrication of plastics. I think that that's going to probably end up being...
I hope we do. I hope we don't run out before we save it for plastics, which it's cheap for. I mean, we could start using new kinds of nuclear energy right now that are way safer than people think of as nuclear energy, and I think that's where we go from here. I mean, thorium energy, there's plenty of it, and it's less, you know, when you burn coal, you put out radioactivity. The coal ash is radioactive because of the thorium in it. Why not just put the thorium in a reactor and it'll actually end up being less radioactive? So I think that's where we're going. But the real issue is, I think for me, is this feudalistic thing, because we've had our problems in the U.S., but right now we're really seeing a really funky thing in our history that's only really takes, you know, if generations are 25 to 75 years long, depending which part you're thinking about, okay, we aren't that old of a country, and we're just now seeing, okay, Bush dynasty, possibly Clinton dynasty, maybe not, but you know, we've had Roosevelt dynasty. You know, we've got the hallmarks of feudalism just poking up like through the concrete, and people want that. There's this egoistic, nationalistic thing that feeds into it. So I do think that's a problem. I think the return to feudalism, I don't think we ever left feudalism, and slipping back into it for 1,000 years or something is not impossible to imagine.
I don't think that Europe has escaped feudalism either. I think we've just papered over it with the illusion of democracy, and that's what we have right now. And you know, to be honest with you, that's why I consider American politics to be so entertaining. It's because it's some kind of future image of what we will be. You know, this kind of bombastic, Trumpist bullshit will be what our European future will be. And it seems cynical to say that, but we follow American trends as much as, you know, countries like Iran follow
What do you think about the Corbyn thing, though?
It's just the same. It's just some kind of revitalist, you know, rebellion against American politics.
But it's when the dike brings a leak, though, so it's a little bit more than when there's just a crack and no water comes through. I mean, it's a little bit of water coming through. Like him getting leadership, it helps me think, you know what, Bernie could get the nomination. You know, this has happened in history. You actually get people that really mean what they say coming through. So, and that's what I'm looking for. I don't know if it's going to happen, but that's what I'm looking for, to sort of break the dike and break the old dogmatism and just put an end to it, where we start having rational arguments, right and wrong, about what we think should happen, as opposed to these weird arguments we have now, which are obviously not public arguments, but are more like arguments between these power structures that want their own personal advantage, which is feudalism.
I hope to break dikes as well. I'm with you in agreement with that thing. The dikes must be broken, but you know, how close are we to that? I think the populace of all our Western countries are close to that. Maybe 80% or so of the population are in agreement with these policies, but how do we get it? And that comes back to distraction. You know, how are we distracted from those goals, and so on and so forth.
I think it doesn't really come down to consciousness so much at this point. I would say that there is a battle for the consciousness of the European populace and the American populace. And I was speaking when you were away, Piero, that specifically this is very relevant to shall we say, to the Anglosphere, to the English-speaking world, because there does seem to be a sort of conflict between the Rupert Murdoch dynasty, again, a sort of spin on things where you see Australian news and Sky News in Britain and Fox News in the United States fabricating this special type of consciousness that facilitates the right-wing ethos. But in addition to that,
Completely.
there's a lot of left-wing ideology that's making its way into cinema. I've noticed, especially American cinema, over the last few years. Now, I'm not crying foul of that. I realise that it's counter-propaganda to the very significant problems that we have. I mean, I didn't. It was never. I don't think it was ever predestined that I was going to end up with the political affiliations I have now. But the thing is that we because when I grew up, I was told, oh, the world is a world of cops versus robbers and good guys versus bad guys, and the rule of law is the defining thing in our identity and in our nation, and so on. That was something that was really sort of instilled in me, and it's strange to sort of be at this interface where there's such a very strong subversive counterculture now that it's actually becoming mainstream, almost more mainstream than the authoritarian perspective. So I don't think the issue is the sort of battle trying to win the battle for consciousness. I think we're already getting that. I think the issue is more so the fact that the means of production and the general economic and physical means are still controlled by the aristocracies of these different countries. That's the main problem. Now, how people will combat that, I think, will vary from region to region. I honestly think that violent revolution is going to occur sometime in the next 30 years.
Well, see, that's funny because, I think that is inevitable, but I am hoping not to do that. I would like to see, because basically with capitalism, we have this crisis recovery. Sometimes the crisis is so bad, you kind of have a relapse. Sometimes the crisis is bad, you relapse, you grow out of it stronger. Sometimes you have the crisis and right away people make a stronger situation. So I would like the smoothest thing, because to me it does seem inevitable that the way the boom-bust cycle works is that eventually you have a crisis where people can take advantage of it. It might be a few Hitlers and stuff, but then along the road, is somebody that says, no, actually, we know how to build this better, and they do that and you see progress. It's a very expensive, inefficient way, and I wish we were in the 21st century and that there's a gradual way that we could, iteratively elect people into that position, and we don't need anything radical and overnight. But sadly, I don't see that necessarily happening, and I think if it doesn't, we'll have an Occupy Wall Street or whatever it is, in our big, rich Western nations that'll turn into the same kind of riots and stuff we see in other countries, and it's not really that odd. It happens, and that is the way this problem will be rectified. The problem is a lot of people are going to starve and die if we actually have to let it happen that way, that don't have to die and starve. So
yes, it's a Churchill way in which he says that Americans, I can't remember, I'm paraphrasing here because I'm drunk, but it's because he says that Americans will do everything every Europeans try to do, because it's new to Americans. There's not much history in there. But you'll make the same mistakes as we've made. But ultimately, Europeans are like, meh. We've made these mistakes, we shouldn't make them again, but Americans are making them again because it's a new thing.
Well, and there's some human nature to it. We want some sort of dynasty. That's why we're developing dynastic families. It didn't just happen by accident or on its own or from the work of those families. We recognize the name, and that means something to us. It shows that, that didn't all happen by accident or by oppressors. I mean, they appealed to things that the public does respond to, and so we're seeing that. But I don't know. I mean, I think like the American mindset right now makes it look like, it's going to go to the revolution point. They will not, we will not have a consensus until something like that happens, and that's like a crapshoot. So,
but the problem is that the revolution will be right wing, regardless of what country it's in. It will probably be right wing.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's why I would like to see an iterative sort of progression towards it, because exactly these crises tend. Well, if only because the crisis leads to a battle of arms, and the guy that wins that new battle of arms is some warlord with guns. So like, how are the peaceniks going to win in the boom bust crisis model? They can't. You can just get another warlord. Maybe it's a little bit more of a socialist warlord, and suddenly you got healthcare or something. But you can't really like get over that hump into let's not have war and just make productive, activities take place. So, and the other thing is, I don't think the bankers right now, if you want to get in the most class war thing I could think of is like the bankers. They're corrupt. They have all the money. They're getting more of the money every year. They're not going to give up that situation without violence of some sort. But even then, I hope it's not the violence. I hope it's the violence of armed police officers arresting criminals and, not bloodshed in the street kind of violence. But it does look like there'll have to be violence. Like somebody's going to have to prosecute them as criminals. I mean, we have this international debacle of the banking. Martha Stewart went to jail for insider trading, but nobody in the whole mortgage crisis, what do they call that, the leveraged equity stuff, nobody in the whole of the United States could be prosecuted for that. I mean, they're just above the law. So, I mean, I think you could just do it by prosecuting the law, but I think that itself would lead to violence.
Yeah, again, it leads back to this whole feudalism thing. But I think that feminism does help in that, there's non-acceptance of certain norms and expectations of society. That does help in a great degree.
I think that the possibility of violent revolution is maybe not as significant in every place.
Okay, I'm coming down.
And the extent to which it would occur, or the magnitude of the violence would, of course, vary. I do think in the United States' case, it would be a right-wing revolution, and it would be violent, because you have these would-be Minutemen with assault rifles in your country. My sympathies for that. But there's just going to be some point where there just has to be too tolerant of some group or another, or their taxes are they just went 5% too high, and they got to march on Washington or something. But that's perhaps how it's going to work, and it could be similar to the Civil War again, where you have it could actually strengthen the federal government, ironically, but direct it towards a different type.
It drives me so nuts, because the polls in the United States show that, by and large, most of the people in this country, if you ask them issue by issue, what do you think about this issue, they agree with Bernie Sanders. They could be calling themselves socialists, but they don't know it. And when you talk about it, push comes to shove and people pull out their guns, well, you're right. We got some militias and Minutemen and stuff, and they got more guns. And half of the people that really support Bernie's view don't know it, and they think they support, this conservative militia view. So, but I sure hope that doesn't happen. I mean, my country can do great things again. Really, no, it could. Okay. Anyway, I gotta go. I'm called down to the family again. So, cheers to you guys again, and I'll
cheers,
still leave
Craig.
Open. All right, take it easy, Great Takes. Bye, Vivian.
I think he makes a good point there. I watched a video by the Young Turks, and it was about left-handedness, how a child in the United States of America was demonized because he was left-handed, and it's a massive point to me, because I'm left-handed as well. How left-handed people have been demonized and persecuted throughout, Western European society. How all these ridiculous discriminations mean nothing. It's like discrimination against people based upon religion, or sexuality or whatever. Regardless, if we were all the same skin color, if we were all the same, religion and so on and so forth, there would always be one thing for us to discriminate against, and it would just be pure tribalism, and hence it points towards the irrelevancy of tribalism, because no matter what differences or what similarities we had between us as a people on this planet, there would always be something for the majority to point out and demonize.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Well, I think the thing there is to allow for. I think it does really come down um, to challenging local power dynamics, because these states don't grow out of nothing. I think when you talk about tribalism, you make a good point. I mean, if we are dealing with feudalism, and what we are seeing then in the United States and in my country and in Britain, in my country with hereditary politics as well, with dynastic politics, some of our leaders were related by marriage to one another. And also, of course, there's the House of Lords in Britain and other examples of elitism. We do sort of see just an outgrowth from a superior class of people, or an allegedly superior class of people, that could have started quite small and then just ballooned outwards into a more sophisticated and large-scale system. I think that the great thing about feminism in that regard is that it challenges hierarchy at the most local level, in the homestead. That's where it really shines. Its capacity to confront hierarchy from that sort of river spring stage outward. Now, for me personally, I think we won't properly deal with hierarchy until we deal with ageism. I think that that's actually a bigger problem. We've had some progress in that now we've managed to convince people that it's not okay to use corporal punishment on children, which shouldn't really sound like a landmark to me, but unfortunately that's the sort of society we live in, and that's an international problem. That's not just a problem local to the British Isles or to the United States or wherever else.
So how do we deal with these issues, Vian?
We have to deconstruct the pseudoscience that justifies them. But doing that requires rejecting massive concepts. So removing theocracy requires rejecting God, which is a pretty big thing. And rejecting and defying ageism requires rejecting maturity and rejecting wisdom as concepts as they've been applied to society in general. That's what we have to do. We have to reject the stuff that doesn't make sense, because a lot of it is simply not true. It's not rationalized by any sort of scientific method. If you look at theories of maturity, they're actually reasonably complicated, and they're also highly subjective. But people who would shoulder on notions of maturity basically usually don't know these different theories, like Kohlberg's theory of moral maturity, for example. They don't know them. Nor would they be able to say why Kohlberg's theory of moral maturity necessarily makes sense. It makes some sense, but it's not quite perfect. Similarly, if we take sexism, and we take the Western model of sexism, of misogyny at least, a lot of that is based on pseudoscience from the Victorian era, and hysteria theory and things like that from the Victorian era. we had to reject hysteria as a concept, more or less, in order to move away from this demonization of the female psyche.
But where do we move to? What values can you perceive us as having if we are moving beyond the visceral?
Well, the problem in that respect is that in order to be free, it's sort of like it's sort of like your baggage limit when you're getting onto a plane, or the luggage limit when that you can put onto a spacecraft. There's only so much you can carry. It's there. If there are certain philosophies which are just so erroneous that we can't bring them with us, then we can't bring them with us. We have to strip them away, like cutting the rind off of pork. It's just necessary to get rid of it. What we're left with, unfortunately, is a feeling of emptiness, I think. We're left with a sort of nihilism, inevitably. And as much as Momentum might, feel frustrated at this, I think the only frustration is in not achieving satisfaction after one has lost all of this stuff. It's okay, you can build an identity around how you do things, around your technical understanding of things, around your opinions on what the best method for doing different things is. But having said that, right now, it feels, at this particular phase in history, it feels kind of strange because there isn't really very much to believe in. And we don't have the means to be the masters of our own destiny. We don't have the control over our own economic freedom. But the rationalizations that would have been used to keep us under control beforehand don't make sense anymore. So what do we build ourselves out of, for lack of a better for lack of better choices, is a question I don't have an answer to.
I'm sad to say that you don't have an answer to it. I really am. I mean, I think about post-human, values, and I tend to wonder what they would be or should be, or what we can imagine them to be without hierarchical control upon those values. What do you think those values could be?
Well, a lot of them would probably be aesthetic. Maybe over time some of that still sticks. Then some of it might just be abstract, highly technical stuff like metaphysics, talking about how it is we perceive different things, how it is we come from a sensory input to a conclusion. Our culture could be found in our reasoning. You spoke before about language. That's a functional sort of process with a practical application. It shows priority for certain tasks over other tasks. So that's something we can hang on to. But unfortunately, we can't really hang on to anything that stands in the way of efficiency. And so I think that's kind of how it is. I mean, if we look at the most successful societies throughout history, or at least some of the long-lived ones that had a lot of influence, like the Roman Empire, for example, and the ancient Greeks, the places that at least historians are very much interested in, or the most interested in, and the Egyptians. What we consistently see are marvels in engineering, and some marvels in logic as well, in general logic aside from that as well. So with the Romans, things like the aqueducts are considered real marvels of ancient engineering. With the Egyptians, it's the pyramids and the Sphinx and stuff like that. And with the ancient Greeks, it's places like the Acropolis and their contributions to mathematics, as well as the Egyptians' contributions to mathematics. And true, the Romans contributed to civics as well, which is very much the logic of controlling people. But I think that there are little things that little or sometimes quite large things that each culture can contribute to the progress of humanity on aggregate.
As far as progress is concerned, out with the ideals, if you will, of controlling people are concerned, do you think that we can progress beyond utilitarian ideas of improving life? Do you think that we can progress beyond the desire to improve things, or the desire to make things, how shall we say, contentable?
No, I don't think so. We can find extremely elaborate ways of doing so. We can have complexity about how we go about that is unto itself maybe intrinsically sort of interesting, but it always comes back to utility. The end goal of pretty much everything human beings do is down to utility, in my opinion. I don't see an exception to that. Unless if there's a mistake, unless if somebody is pursuing some sort of worth. If we pursue worthiness, like I'm trying to be a worthy man, a worthy woman, a worthy person of whatever group, then we enforce stereotypes upon ourselves, and we're not really applying those stereotypes for a useful purpose. We're just doing it so that we can justify a pre-established notion, that we can conform to a pre-established notion, just entirely for its own sake. I don't think there's room for that in the type of world that we're progressing towards. I hope there isn't. Of course, that means that we will need to have a sort of perpetually unstable sort of society that always goes through this, massive shift in principles depending on whatever new thing we discover. But that's how science works. That's how science works. It's not. Unfortunately, there are some occasions when the scientific community are more focused on the authority of who's speaking, but generally, it's moving away from that. It breaks those sort of rules. Having said that, I can't defy the law of nature, and I'm afraid I need to go to sleep. So.
Oh no! Just when it was getting interesting.
I'm sorry. I'm just very tired, and I have work in the morning. So, well, it is the morning in a few hours, so I need to be ready.
Okay, I understand. I'm the same way. I'm tired. It's very deep. Such is life.
Such is life. Let me see now. I'll add you on Google Plus or something. Not that I'm on Google Plus all that often. Let's see now.
I've seen your face before, my friend, and I will see it again, no doubt.
Yes, you will see me again. It could be when you least expect it.
Ha 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 ha.
Okay, bye for now.
Have a good night, my friends. Piero, you ball bag. Get back on here. No doubt he won't. Bitch slapped into submission. So I wish you all good night, whoever may be listening.